Hey guys, tonight we're squeezing into a bed that's not quite a bed, wearing clothes that definitely don't breathe, and trying to drift off with one eye open, because in the 1300s, lying down was dangerous. That's right, sleeping, sitting up, wasn't some random quirk, it was survival. Your mattress stuffed with straw, your bedroom shared with a crowd, and your doctor. He'd panic if he saw you lying flat like that. You probably won't survive this night in one piece, but don't worry, you'll be too sleepy to notice. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me where you're watching from and what time it is in your part of the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You sit on the edge of a low wooden platform, the mattress beneath you slightly damp, filled with straw that smells faintly of mildew. There's no pillow, at least not in the way you'd recognize one. Instead, a folded woolen cloth supports your back as you prop yourself up against the bed's carved wooden headboard. You glance to your left. Someone else is already in bed, fully clothed, gently snoring in a slumped position. Welcome to sleep in the 1300s. Beds are narrow, short, and shared. You don't stretch out, you curl. But more than that, you sit your torso at an angle as if you're just resting, not fully submitting to unconsciousness. This posture isn't laziness, it's deliberate. You're half propped with bolsters or rolled up cloaks, and your feet still wrapped in cloth, poking out the end of the blanket that doesn't quite cover everything. There's a reason for all this awkwardness. Beds weren't designed for comfort. They were designed around beliefs. And the belief back then was that sleeping upright kept you healthy, kept spirits at bay, and maybe stopped you from dying. You shift slightly and hear the creak of the bed frame. It's not much more than a wooden box. Mattresses, for those who had them, were usually filled with straw or feathers. Feathers, of course, being a luxury reserved for the wealthy. You've got straw, and every time you move, it pokes you in a new and exciting place. Medieval ergonomics was not a thing. The room is dark, lit faintly by the coals of a dying fire. You can't see the corners clearly, but you hear mice skitter. A breeze moves through the badly shuttered window. You tug the wool blanket tighter around your shoulders. No one sleeps here in pajamas. In fact, no one changes at all. You sleep in your day clothes, or at least your second best tunic. You'll wear it tomorrow too. The idea of changing for bed, that's for royalty. Maybe, if they're lucky. The ceiling beams overhead are low, and you hear water dripping somewhere, maybe from the thatch above. Roofs leak. Floors stay cold. But again, you're not lying flat. That would be odd. That would invite illness. See, people in the 1300s believed that the body worked differently when it reclined. Physicians still followed the teachings of Galen, who taught that digestion, circulation, and the movement of humors could be disturbed by the wrong sleeping posture. Lying flat might let those vapors rise into your brain or pool blood dangerously in your chest. Sleeping upright was a kind of ancient health insurance. You probably didn't expect bedtime to come with so much strategy, did you? But here you are, leaning slightly, trying to get comfortable, and very aware that it's not just about personal preference. It's about fear. Fear of disease, fear of demons, fear of death. If your great aunt died in her sleep last winter, it was probably because she laid herself out like a corpse. That's what people said anyway. Sit up, stay alert, survive the night. You hear a cough across the room. Someone stirs. You're not alone in this bedroom. You're never alone. Most people live in one-room houses. If you're lucky, you're in a small bed with a sibling. If you're really lucky, your parents are in another bed. If you're not so lucky, your grandmother, your uncle, and the neighbor's apprentice are all in the same room, each with their own weird bedtime habits. You try not to think about it. The straw mattress beneath you shifts again. There's something crawling. You try not to itch. You'll learn more about those bedfellows soon enough. For now, you exhale eyes, adjusting to the dark. Outside, the wind howls faintly. Inside, you count the beams above your head, trying to let sleep creep in sideways, like it always does when you're sitting slightly upright in a cold room, half listening to the rats, and you wonder, will tonight be the night you finally lie flat? Nah, best not to risk it. The fire has nearly burned down to embers, but your eyes are still open. Not from fear, necessarily, though there's always a little of that lurking, but because your back aches. You shift again, trying to keep your upper body at just the right angle. Too straight, and your neck stiffens. Too low, and you might just inhale a demon or let bad humors flood your brain. Ridiculous, sure, but that's what people believed. In the 1300s, medicine was less healthcare and more educated guessing plus garlic. Most doctors still relied on ancient Greek texts, especially Galen's theory of the four humors: blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If those got out of balance, say, from lying too flat, then you were in for a visit from fever melancholy or worse. So people propped themselves up to avoid that imbalance. Upright sleep helped fluids flow properly, at least according to the logic of the time. And if your stomach was too full, lying flat was a death wish. Food would rise back up, possibly choking you in your sleep. So you stayed seated, digesting like a hunched-over owl in the dark. There were treatises, mind you, pages and pages of hand-copied, serious-sounding advice. One common bit: thou shalt not sleep horizontal within 1 hour of supper. Another: keep the chest higher than the stomach lest choler rise. Yeah, science. Historians still argue whether these beliefs were mostly spread by actual physicians or just absorbed from religious teachings and folk wisdom. But it doesn't matter to you tonight. You're wedged into your corner of the mattress, obedient to tradition, careful not to tempt any imbalance. Your body's angle is a defense against illness, against superstition, against being judged by your mother-in-law who sleeps fully upright and hasn't coughed in 6 winters. Some folks even used a bedstaff to help them sit properly. Basically a long stick to prop under the armpit or rest against the frame. Nothing like having a medieval crutch jammed into your ribs while you nap. Meanwhile, monks in monasteries took things even further. They'd sleep sitting up in wooden stalls cloaked in wool backs pressed against stone. For them, sleep was suspicious, too much indulgence. They trained themselves to wake often, pray often, and keep the devil out of their dreams by never quite relaxing. And yet somehow you doze. It's not deep sleep. More like drifting in and out, nodding slightly, like someone pretending not to snooze during a lecture. Your dreams are thin and forgettable. But in the dark stillness, something else stirs: a cough from across the room, a crack of the rafters, and then a fart, loud, prolonged, maybe from Uncle Leofric. He always blamed the cabbage. You stifle a laugh, but also wonder, will you get blamed for that in the morning? This is another reason for upright sleeping containment in homes where multiple people shared a bed, or at least a room. The less you sprawled, the less chance you'd end up elbowing someone, or waking up with their foot on your face. Sitting up in bed wasn't just about health, it was about minimizing the chaos of close quarters. Quirky detail: some wealthier households had actual bed rules posted, as in written expectations. Don't talk too much. Don't roll. Don't sleep mouth open. Don't grope the maid. Sit upright like a civilized person. You start to nod off again, chin dropping slightly. But instinct pulls your head back. Some part of you knows this isn't the kind of place where sleeping too deeply is safe. Even if nothing supernatural shows up, you could just inhale the thick, sour air and wake up worse for wear. Of course, there were always people who rebelled. Some slept flat and blamed their back pain on fate. Others turned on their sides, legs tucked up like babies. But those folks were fringe or reckless. You don't know anyone who sleeps fully, stretched out, unless they're dead or nobility. There's a sliver of moonlight creeping through the window, now casting a jagged line across the floorboards. You can see your shoes by the door. They're still damp from earlier when you stepped in a puddle outside the privy. You meant to dry them. Too late now. You draw your blanket tighter and sigh. It's going to be a long night. Tomorrow, you'll wake up sore but alive, which frankly is all anyone can ask for. Maybe you'll even start to believe the upright method works. Maybe. But only if you don't die before dawn. You lean your head back gently against the bundled cloak behind you, only to feel something sharp jab into your neck, a bit of straw that's poked through the linen sheet again. You pull it out, flick it away, and shuffle the cloth with as little movement as possible, trying not to wake the person beside you. It's not easy considering you're essentially upright in a shared wooden box of crunching, rustling discomfort. And now that you're thinking about comfort, let's talk about pillows. Or rather, the things people called pillows in the 1300s. Because what you're resting on right now, it's no goose down, soft as a cloud head cushion. It's a rolled up bundle of cloth. Or if you're in a monastery, possibly a chunk of carved wood. Yes, wood. Monks weren't exactly known for their luxury bedding. Even among common folk, pillows were hard sometimes, literally. They weren't shaped for the neck or spine, they were wedges meant to prop you at the safe angle for your head. If it doubled as a place to store your nightcap or your extra pair of socks, even better. One less mouse gets into your stuff. You shift again. Your neck is beginning to hum with that low ache that says good posture, according to medieval standards, and bad idea by modern ones. But hey, you're surviving the night, aren't you? Here's a fun tidbit. In some households, they didn't even want a soft pillow. They thought it invited sloth and gluttony. Imagine that. Too comfortable was morally suspicious. Lying back into a plush surface meant you were one step away from debauchery. And we wouldn't want that, not with the priest living 2 doors down. In fact, some particularly pious folks believed the only thing worse than sleeping flat was enjoying it. If your bed made you sigh in relief, it was probably too luxurious. So instead of a cushion, you got a warning. Hard beds make holy minds. Thanks, Dad. Historians still argue whether most medieval folks had access to anything we'd call a real pillow. Archaeological digs have uncovered beds with cloth bundles that might be headrests, but nothing that screams nap Tempur-Pedic. Some sources even suggest people deliberately avoided any head support at all, choosing to slump forward slightly or lean against a wall or bedpost. That's not to say nobody had pillow options. Wealthier homes sometimes included padded rests or embroidered bolsters filled with feathers if they weren't being hoarded as tax collateral. Feathers, after all, were valuable. A feather bed was a sign of status comfort and possibly not being awake all night with shoulder cramps. But you're not in a featherbed household. You're in a house where the pillow feels like it might give you a splinter. Still, you rest your head against it, because doing anything else would invite the cold, or the bugs, or worse, your mother's judgmental look in the morning. There's a rustle beside you. Someone shifts muttering in their sleep. You catch a phrase, something about cabbages. Again. You try to ignore it and focus on your breathing. In, out, in, ouch. That straw poked you again. You wonder briefly what it would feel like to lie down fully just once. To really stretch out. Let your back sink. Arms out. Spine relaxed. But then you remember that woman down the road. The one who laid flat to relieve her hip pain and woke up 2 weeks later with what the village now calls lung ghosts. She never stopped coughing after that. Didn't die exactly, but she hasn't been quite right since. Best not to chance it. Even among royalty, the idea of a fully flat bed was rare. You've heard stories of lords and ladies with slanted mattresses, raised at the head, sometimes adjustable with ropes and pegs. The bed frames looked grand, canopied, curtained, embroidered, but still followed the angled rule. Because even when you had luxury, you didn't trust it. Besides, no amount of gold thread embroidery is going to save you from a poorly timed fart if your cousin's still in bed with you. A soft grunt, a creak of the boards. You glance toward the foot of the bed, where a cat is curled around someone's ankle. Probably the only creature in the house who gets to sleep flat freely and warm. But don't worry, its fleas are very democratic. You pull the blanket higher. The fire's nothing more than a memory now. A faint red glow in the corner, flickering like a dying eye. Still, there's a strange calm in all this discomfort. The way people have agreed quietly, collectively, that this is just how sleep works. This is how you keep safe. You sit upright, sore, but steady your head, tilted just enough to invite dreams without inviting death. And slowly, without really meaning to, you begin to drift again. Somewhere, in the half-conscious haze of not quite sleep, something tickles your ankle. You freeze. Not from fear exactly, but from the immediate calculation, is it a thread from your woolen stocking? Or is it something with legs? You hold still. Then it moves again. You jolt upright, more upright than before anyway, and pull your blanket back just far enough to peer down into the darkness. Yep. It's a flea. Or maybe two. Or a louse. Honestly, you've lost count. Because here's the itchy, skin-crawling truth part of why people slept sitting up in the 1300s was bugs. Yes, bugs. Your home isn't just yours. It's home to dozens, maybe hundreds of fleas, lice, and their microscopic accomplices. And sleeping flat, that made you a feast. Especially your face, your neck, your soft, warm chest. All laid out like a banquet for creatures that never sleep. But when you're propped up, your head stays above the mattress. Your shoulders are wrapped in thick layers. And your knees, well, they're a bumpy, awkward angle to climb, especially for six-legged guests. It's not perfect protection, but in an age without bug spray or showers, it's something. The bed starts to feel more like a strategic battlefield than a place of rest. You wrap your cloak tighter and imagine the critters slowly resigning, defeated by the steep angles of your expertly stacked blankets. It's not a great defense, but it's enough to tilt the odds. And this wasn't just a peasant's problem. Even noble homes, with their fancy feather beds and silk sheets, had infestations. The difference, they could burn the linens, buy new ones, or pay servants to pick the bugs off them. Literally delousing was a job. You scratch and hope. Historians still argue whether people actually understood the connection between sleeping positions and insect bites, or whether they stumbled into the strategy out of trial and very itchy error. But letters and journals do mention complaints of bites and methods to avoid them, some of which included burning herbs, hanging nettle bundles, or sleeping with garlic tied to your ankles. Yep, garlic. You shift your leg again, then stop. Sudden movement can agitate the little monsters. Best to stay still or slow. The blanket itches. Your scalp itches. You tell yourself it's just the wool. Someone across the room scratches audibly. You're not alone. Here's the funny thing, though. Some folks embrace the bugs. Sort of. There were jokes about them, folk tales. One even claimed that fleas were proof of God's love, because even the lowliest have companions. That's one way to reframe your situation. Still, most people tried something. Boiling sheets in vinegar, sleeping over rosemary bundles, even rubbing a mix of ashes and lard into their scalp as a repellent. Let's just say medieval solutions were committed, if not effective. You pull your hood down over your ears. It doesn't help, but it makes you feel safer. Meanwhile, some wealthier households designed actual flea traps, tiny wooden boxes with bits of blood-soaked cloth to lure and catch the pests. Kind of like a bedbug Airbnb, but with no checkout time. If you were truly desperate and lucky, you might bribe the local apothecary for a salve. But most just endured. Sat up, wrapped tighter, slept higher. Anything to keep the bites at bay. Outside, a dog howls. You hear it faintly through the shuttered window, and in the lull that follows, your bed creaks again. Someone turns over. Someone else sighs. The shared air thickens with warmth and breath, and the not-so-distant scent of onion soup from supper. You close your eyes again, imagining the bugs, losing interest, their tiny dreams crushed by your towering wall of posture. Your body may ache, your blanket may scratch, and your pillow may be nothing more than a folded rag. But you've claimed one small victory tonight. You stayed out of reach. For now, you're finally drifting again, swaying gently in that thin space between waking and sleep. When you remember something that jolts your eyes open, people used to believe that lying flat could kill you. Not because of the fleas, not even because of the bad digestion, but because lying flat was the sleeping posture of the dead. Corpses lie flat. Saints in their tombs lie flat. People who don't wake up lie flat. So you don't. Even if your back protests, even if your hips whisper sweet promises of better positions, you stay upright because just maybe you'll live longer that way. This was more than superstition. It was woven into medieval attitudes toward sleep itself. Lying down in full meant surrendering to the unknown. And the night was full of risks. Back then, death wasn't an abstraction. People died all the time, often in their sleep. Illness, cold childbirth plague, you name it. And without much understanding of germs or internal anatomy, people relied on symbolism and pattern. She laid down and didn't wake up. Wasn't a description. It was a warning. Even church iconography showed it the dead lying on stone, effigies hands, crossed feet together. You mimic that pose, and someone might come by in the morning and start preparing a shroud. That's not a risk you want to take, so you don't lie flat. Children were told not to stretch out entirely while sleeping. Lest the angels take notice, one grandmother might say. Better to stay seated, half alive, half asleep, but still fully here. There's an eerie logic to it. When you're propped up, you look like someone just resting, someone alert, a sleeper who might open their eyes at any moment. And maybe that makes the night a little less dangerous. Historians still debate how widespread this belief really was. Some think it came mostly from religious orders spreading to lay people through sermons and storytelling. Others argue it had roots in ancient Roman burial practices, which emphasized posture and orientation in the grave. Either way, the association stuck. So even now, centuries later, you can't quite bring yourself to fully recline. You shift in your spot, adjusting the twist in your blanket, and glance toward the tiny wooden cross nailed above the doorway. Just in case. You don't know if it works, but it doesn't hurt. Some people took further precautions. They'd mutter short prayers while climbing into bed, hedging their bets, really. If I should die before I wake? Sound familiar? That little rhyme may be modern, but the instinct is ancient. Sleep was sometimes viewed as a little death, a rehearsal for the big one. And the more you resembled a corpse, the more likely it was that the real thing might show up. Others lit candles to keep spirits away, or left bread and salt by the bedpost. One woman in Bohemia reportedly slept every night with a small iron key in her hand, believing it would lock her soul in. Effective? Probably not. Symbolic? Extremely. You too consider wrapping your arms across your chest, like you've seen in some funerary paintings, but decide against it. Better to stay loose, upright, alive. Even dreams were suspect. A flat sleeper was said to dream more vividly, sometimes uncontrollably. And dreams were where demons slipped in. Ever heard of the word nightmare? It once meant an evil spirit that sat on your chest while you slept. The mare wasn't a dream, it was a creature. Heavy, crushing, and more likely to visit if you were lying flat and unguarded. So you stay vertical. Even if your neck creaks like a cold barn door. Even if your tailbone is quietly considering mutiny. Even if the only thing keeping you from flopping sideways is stubbornness and maybe a well-placed bundle of firewood wedged against your side. That's how seriously people took sleep. Not a luxury, not a pleasure, a trial, a test of health, piety, and posture. But here's the weirdest part: sometimes it worked. People survived the cold months. They slept upright through plagues and storms. They carried on. And maybe that posture, so uncomfortable, so upright, so strange, gave them just enough protection to last another night. And for now, you'll take it. You let your head dip forward slightly, your breath soft, and even as you try again to fall asleep, without looking like you're too asleep. Because who knows who's watching? The wind changes outside. You don't see it. Of course, your window has no glass, just rough shutters that rattle when the breeze catches them. But you feel the shift. A colder draft snakes across the room, brushing your toes through the thin wool blanket. You tug the edge up higher, wrapping yourself tighter, and return to your upright perch spine, curved just enough to keep your lungs open. A cough echoes from the corner, then a snort, then silence again. But your eyes are open now, and the dark feels heavier. So what counts as a bed anyway? In the 1300s, that word means different things to different people. For the wealthy, it might mean a grand wooden frame, intricately carved, draped with canopies, and stacked with bolsters. For peasants like you, a bed might be a heap of straw in the corner, or a wooden bench, or on the better nights, a rope-strung platform that doesn't sag too much when someone else climbs in. You sit on just such a contraption tonight, The ropes creak every time you move. They're looped tightly between the wooden frame's edges, forming a crude kind of mattress support. But over time, they loosen. That's where the phrase sleep tight comes from. You literally have to tighten the ropes or you'll fall through. Quirky, right? You reach down and touch one of them. It's rough, fibrous, and smells faintly of smoke and sweat. Everything smells like smoke and sweat here. Even the sheets, especially the sheets. Historians still debate how many people actually had beds in the way we imagine them. Excavations of medieval homes have found a wide variety, some actual bed frames, yes, but also pallets made from rushes, straw, or moss. Some simply slept on benches near the hearth curled up for warmth. The bed as an object was a privilege, not a guarantee. Tonight you're lucky. You're indoors. You have a mattress. You're sharing it, sure, but there's a blanket, and that counts for a lot. Beds weren't always in bedrooms either. The idea of a bedroom as a separate space didn't exist for most people. You might be sleeping in the same room where you cook, eat dry laundry, and store turnips. In fact, the bed might double as a storage area. Lift the mattress and you'll find tools, cloaks, or your one extra tunic. And if your home has a loft, even better. The bed's up there near the roof, where it's slightly warmer, assuming the wind doesn't whistle through every crack in the thatch. You hear a faint rustling above, mice again, or maybe a bird nesting in the eaves. You try not to think about what might fall on your face. Another detail for many, the idea of a shared bed wasn't just common, it was expected. Travelers shared beds at inns. Apprentices slept at the foot of their masters' beds. Servants curled up in corners or across bed chests, or even on woven mats by the door. Tonight someone's breath is softly brushing your shoulder. You can't tell who it is. You don't want to know. You just lean slightly away, adjust the blanket, and hope they don't roll your way. There were exceptions, of course. The rich had elaborate setups, curtains for privacy, feather mattresses, embroidered sheets. But even then, they didn't always sleep alone. Spouses, children attendants, sometimes even visiting dignitaries might all pile into a massive bed like some royal pajama summit. One noblewoman is said to have kept 4 dogs in bed with her for warmth. Another a monkey. Imagine trying to sleep upright while a monkey plays with your braid. Still, your little corner here, cramped, scratchy, drafty, is yours for the night. You've even wedged your foot against the frame to keep your body tilted just right. Your back is braced by the wall. Your blanket is tucked around your waist. You feel almost steady. And for a brief, golden moment, you forget about the rope sagging the scratchy straw, the mice, and the body heat of the stranger beside you. Because in this world, in this century, on this mattress, this is a bed. And that's enough. You're just beginning to nod off really off chin, drifting down, and breath slowing when the bed shifts. Not from movement, but because someone else is getting in. A soft thump, a scrape of a foot, a whisper of fabric, and then the ropes beneath you groan again. You don't open your eyes. That's the unspoken rule. Don't look, don't speak, just make room. Because this isn't your bed. It's everyone's bed. Or at least everyone in the house who needs one. Privacy is a fantasy. In the 1300s, people didn't sleep alone unless they were either exceptionally rich, exceptionally reclusive, or dead. You shared your bed with family friends, travelers, servants, sometimes even strangers if the night demanded it. A warm body was a warm body. Tonight, it's probably one of the cousins, or a neighbor's son, or that widowed shepherd who stops by when the weather turns. Whoever it is, they're careful not to nudge you too hard. But even a gentle jostle is a reminder you're not alone, and you never really are. Some homes didn't even bother with separate sleeping spots. They laid rushes on the floor, and everyone curled up together like puppies in a litter. Others had beds, yes, but they weren't for one person. They were for the household. Beds were communal furniture. You didn't ask who would claim you asked who was coldest. Now, in case you're wondering, did people think this was weird? Not really. It was just how things were. If anything, sleeping alone was seen as odd, suspicious even. Why would someone want to sleep without company? What were they hiding? Who were they avoiding? That's how you end up tucked between a wheezing uncle and someone who may or may not be related to you by blood. You hope they don't talk in their sleep. Fun fact, medieval inns often provided one bed for 2 or 3 travelers. And they didn't ask many questions. You paid for space, not solitude. There are records of 2 complete strangers waking up spooning and shrugging it off like it was a hiccup. No awkwardness, no apologies. Just, good morning. Did you dream about frogs too? Historians still debate how common bed sharing was in urban areas versus rural ones. Some argue city folk had more options, more rooms, more money, more access to beds. Others insist the difference was minimal. Rich or poor, most people grew up sharing sleeping spaces. The idea of a private bedroom wouldn't really take hold for centuries. And so here you are, squashed against a wall, knees drawn up, breathing slow, hoping no one else tries to join in. The worst part, you've got to sit up without disturbing the balance. One shift too far, and the whole bed tilts. You once rolled slightly in your sleep and ended up pressed into a cousin's armpit. You both pretended it never happened. Another time, a neighbor with a cold insisted on sleeping in the bed because he swore he only had a chill, not the plague. You weren't convinced. You wrapped your cloak around your face like a medieval hazmat suit. It's not all bad, though. Sometimes shared beds meant whispered stories before sleep, or singing, or passing around a hunk of bread when someone got the midnight munchies. One child might tell a folk tale while others giggled and mimed the monsters. There's even a strange kind of comfort to it. All the shared warmth, the muffled breathing, the rustle of blankets that belong to everyone and no one. You can almost forget how cold the room is, how short the bed feels, and how sharp the straw poking your thigh has become. Almost. Still you stay upright. Because if you slide down now, even just a bit, you risk ending up with someone's elbow in your stomach. Or worse, a surprise foot in your face. So you keep your posture, eyes closed, breathing steady, heart oddly calm. Because in this cramped, shared, communal tangle of limbs and breath, sleep is still possible, and in its own strange way beautiful. Your shoulders are aching now, a dull burn settling in like a slow-moving fog. But you don't lie down. No, you pull your cloak tighter around your neck and try to readjust without waking the others, because it's cold. It's so cold. In the 1300s, there's no central heating, no electric blanket, no hot water bottle waiting to warm your toes. There's the fire, or what's left of it, and then there's layers. Lots and lots of layers. That's why you went to bed fully dressed. Remember, maybe even added a second tunic, thick socks, a woolen hood. Some folks tied their sleeves shut at the wrist to trap heat. Others pulled their cloaks over their heads like a cocoon. You've done both, and still your fingers feel like icicles. Welcome to the medieval night. Most homes had no insulation. The walls were stone or timber, sometimes filled with wattle and daub, which is a charming name for mud and sticks. Wind sliced through the cracks. Roofs leaked, and chimneys, if you were lucky enough to have one, barely kept in the warmth. So you slept the only way you could, bundled and braced. Even nightcaps weren't just for show. That floppy wool hat in all the paintings, it kept your head from freezing. You lose most of your body heat through your scalp. After all, something medieval folks probably figured out the hard way. There's an old superstition that says if your ears get too cold while you sleep, your dreams will fill with screaming children. You don't believe it. Probably. Still, you pull your hood a little lower, just in case. One quirky tradition. Some people warmed stones in the hearth and wrapped them in cloth to tuck at their feet. Early hot water bottles. Problem is, you had to remember to wrap them. More than one sleepy soul woke up with a burn or a smoldering blanket. Cozy historians still debate whether most medieval people slept in their outerwear or kept specific bedclothes for the night. Some say wealthier households had linen sleeping garments. Others insist even the well-off bundled up in day clothes, especially during the colder months. Tonight, you're wearing nearly everything you own. You're not the only one. The bed is a collection of limbs and cloaks, wool and skin, all pressed together for survival, as much as sleep. Someone's breath tickles your cheek. You don't mind. It's warm. The blankets, such as they are coarse and scratchy, made from thick wool. They trap heat well enough, but they're heavy. If you try to lie down fully, you'd feel like you were being pinned by a damp bear. Sitting up helps. It creates little warm pockets, lets you huddle your arms and knees into one solid unit of human insulation. You've also tied a cloth around your mouth. Not for modesty, though that's part of it, but to filter the cold air. Breathing icy wind all night isn't good for the lungs, and according to some, it lets in evil winds, the kind that give you coughs, or worse. You once heard a story of a man who slept with his feet exposed and woke up with them taken by frost spirits. He limped for the rest of his life. You don't know if it's true. But your toes are wrapped in 3 layers just in case. One of your favorite bedtime accessories is the footstone. No, not the fancy kind rich people had. Yours is just a flat brick, warmed near the fire earlier and now tucked under your blanket. It's cold now, but for those first few moments, heaven. Sometimes you think of the nobility reclining on their feather beds, with fur-lined sheets and velvet bed hangings. But even they weren't immune to the cold. Castles are drafty. Stone walls don't hug back. In fact, there are records of noble families sleeping with dogs under the covers, not out of love, but necessity. You try to imagine that a lady of the court whispering, "Come on." Snuffles warm my feet, while her husband snores beside her in silk. It helps to smile in the dark. Your own household. No dogs tonight. Just a few chickens roosting in the corner and one large tabby cat currently curled against your calf. You let him stay. His body is warmer than your cloak. The fire is nothing but coals, now barely orange, barely alive. You can feel the temperature drop with each passing hour. But your arms are tucked. Your knees are drawn in. Your chin rests on the crook of your shoulder. You are a lump of fabric and bone wrapped in fatigue. And still you sit up. Still you remain. Because even when it's freezing, posture matters. Sit tall. Sleep lightly. Breathe slowly. And try not to let the frost spirits bite. Your breath fogs in the chill, a tiny cloud that disappears almost as soon as it forms. You watch it fade, mesmerized, before the gentle snore beside you reminds you you're not in some quiet dream. You're just awake again, trying to sleep sitting up in a world where comfort means status. Because here's the thing, the rich slept differently. Not flat, necessarily. They weren't that bold, but they slept with flair, with padding, with people to warm the sheets first. Their beds were platforms of power, not just furniture. In fact, in the 1300s, a noble's bed was often the most valuable item in the house, more precious than their tools, more precious than their horse, more precious perhaps than some of their relatives. You imagine it now, a towering bed with carved posts that twist like vines. Silk curtains, yes, real silk, from somewhere far away. A mattress stuffed not with straw, but feathers. Layer after layer of embroidered sheets. And velvet. So much velvet. Historians still argue whether noble beds were used mainly for sleeping, or also as thrones of daily life. There are countless references to lords holding court in bed, receiving guests, while reclining upright swaddled in luxury. Makes your flea-bitten corner feel a little less regal, doesn't it? In wealthier homes, a servant might be tasked with turning down the bed, smoothing the linens, and if you were particularly delicate, warming the mattress with a pan of coals. These pans, filled with glowing embers, would be swept between the sheets before the master climbed in. Romantic, maybe. Dangerous, definitely. Plenty of bedding caught fire that way. And if you were really elite, you didn't even have to sit yourself up. You had pillows and bolsters, sculpted ones, propped by attendants. Sometimes you were practically mounted into the bed like a ceremonial knight. Quirky fact. In some French noble homes, the bed canopy was woven with family crests and religious imagery because apparently even your ceiling had to say something about your lineage. Still, even with all this splendor, the posture remained. Nobles didn't lie flat either. Their bolsters were firmer, their chairs closer to beds, their mattresses sloped. The fear of illness, the superstitions about sleep, the need for proper digestion, those didn't vanish with coin. But comfort that was purchased, and it was displayed. In one account, a visiting merchant described a noblewoman's bed as the size of a small boat. She reportedly slept with a furred cloak, 3 dogs, and a carved walnut backrest. The merchant, for his part, slept on a pile of reeds in the stable loft. You chuckle softly, careful not to wake your bedmate. That image, some grand lady snoring beneath golden covers while dogs snuffle at her feet, is absurdly cozy. You wonder if she's still scratched at fleas under all that velvet. You adjust your own position. Your blanket has slipped again. A corner of the mattress is damp with condensation from your breath. You tug the wool back into place and lean against your support, a rough beam worn smooth over the years by generations of tired shoulders. That's your headboard. And yet there's something honest about it. Nothing is hidden here. You don't pretend you're royalty. You just try to keep your knees warm and your eyes closed. Still, you can't help imagining, if you had a bed like that, would you sleep better? Would your dreams be grander? Or would you still wake to cold air, a cramped back, and the quiet truth that no matter the wealth, no one really escapes the fear of the night? Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't indulgent. It was survival. And no velvet curtain can keep out a fever, or a nightmare, or a rat looking for somewhere warm to hide, so you shift again. Grunt quietly as your shoulder complains and remind yourself you do have something in common with the rich. You're sitting up, awake, trying again to pretend this straw mattress is a feather bed. And maybe, just maybe, It'll fool your body long enough to slip back into a half dream where all beds are warm and quiet and infinite. Even if only for an hour, a strange thing happens. Just as your limbs begin to relax, just as the icy draft stops bothering your feet, just as the straw beneath you starts to feel almost like moss, you wake up fully, not startled, not scared, just awake. It's pitch dark, save for a faint orange glow where the fire once lived. You can hear breathing snuffling the soft shift of someone rolling over. Maybe a chicken rustles from the other room, but your mind is alert. And that's perfectly normal, because in the 1300s, nobody expected to sleep through the night. People slept in two shifts: first sleep and second sleep. It was so common, it didn't even need explaining. You'd go to bed soon after sundown, sleep for a few hours, then wake around midnight. Not to panic, just to be up. Maybe you'd pray. Maybe you'd tend to the fire. Maybe you'd stare into the darkness and reflect on that weird thing your cousin said during supper. You were supposed to wake up. Some people use that time for intimacy. Married couples, tucked upright in bed, whispering or embracing in the glow of embers. Others used it to read if they were literate, or to check on animals, or even to sneak outside because the village paths were quieter, the moonlight stronger, and the air slightly less foul. Historians still argue why this two-part sleep was so universal. Some say it was biological. Our bodies just naturally dip in and out of rest. Others believe it was cultural, shaped by candle shortages, religious customs, and the seasonal rhythms of medieval life. Either way, it was real. Monks had a version of this, too, called nocturnes. They planned to wake up in the dead of night to chant, pray, and sometimes copy manuscripts. Imagine stumbling upright from your wooden bedstall to sing psalms in a freezing chapel while still half asleep. Divine insomnia. You've never sung at midnight, but you have spent plenty of nights like this propped up, blinking into the shadows, waiting for sleep to come back around. And it will, eventually. In the meantime, your thoughts wander. You remember your aunt once claimed that dreams are only trustworthy if they come after second sleep. The early ones, she said, are full of bad spirits and cabbage. But the later ones, the ones near dawn, that's where truth lives. You're not sure you believe her, but you still try to dream good things just before morning, just in case she's watching from the other side. Tonight, you're wide awake, but not worried. You reach under your blanket and feel around for a piece of bread you tucked away earlier. It's hard, cold, a bit stale. Perfect. Midnight snacks weren't uncommon in the Middle Ages. In fact, some believed eating a bite of bread or a sip of watered wine helped usher in second sleep faster. You chew quietly. The crunch is loud in the stillness. You hope you don't wake the cat. There's a phrase for this moment in Old English, watching the night. It meant not just being awake, but being present, aware, somewhere between the worlds of dreams and firelight. A time for thinking, for noticing things you miss in the day. Outside, a soft owl hoots, then silence again. The fire sighs, and your mind finally starts to float again, thoughts melting into fuzz, your breathing slowing. Your second sleep is coming. And maybe it'll be better than the first. The second sleep begins like a whisper. You barely notice it arriving, just a gentle weight behind your eyelids, a subtle loosening in your shoulders, a calm settling in your chest. It's quieter now, both outside and inside your mind. The fire is nearly gone. Even the cat has stopped shifting. But just as you're slipping under again, bong. a single church bell ringing through the stillness. You jolt slightly, not because it's loud, but because it's now. Midnight maybe, or just past. Time is fuzzy in the dark, but you know what that bell means. It's either a call to prayer or a very rude reminder that bladders still exist even in medieval times. You try to ignore it. Just breathe. Sleep is circling back. Don't scare it off. Then someone stirs. A groan, a thump. Someone's up, probably stepping carefully through the house, avoiding creaky boards, making their way to the chamber pot or the cold latrine outside. You pray they don't trip on the cat. Again. The bell rings again, slower now. Maybe the local monastery is marking the vigil's hour. The monks are probably already up chanting in a stone hall with frozen hands, their breath misting before them as they sing to the heavens. You're just trying not to pee. Back in the 1300s, broken sleep wasn't seen as broken at all. It was expected. Your second sleep was something you eased into slowly after tending to bodily needs, perhaps whispering a prayer, maybe adjusting your sleeping posture to prevent leg cramps. Quirky, custom alert. Some households kept a night servant, yes, even among minor nobles, whose job was to guide anyone needing the chamber pot with a lantern. Not exactly glamorous work. Imagine your entire legacy being the guy who helps the Baron pee at 2 a.m. Historians still debate whether the two-sleep rhythm was truly universal across Europe, or more common in agrarian and rural areas where the day ended earlier. But records from England, France, and parts of Italy suggest it was widespread. A woman in 1370 wrote that her dreams between the first slumber and the second were her clearest. Even doctors recommended taking short walks between sleeps to stir the blood. You don't walk. You just sit there upright, blanketed, wondering if the pressure in your bladder is worth the effort of leaving your vaguely warm little corner of bed. The cold alone is enough to convince you no, not yet. Instead, you shift again. Tiny movements. You try not to wake the others. A quiet twist of the hips, a fold of the blanket between your knees, a tucking of the corner beneath your chin. These gestures are part of the ritual. The long, slow dance of getting your body back into that fragile shape called sleep. Your breathing slows. The room stills. Until, of course, someone else coughs. A dry, hacking thing that sounds far too familiar. You know that cough. Everyone does. It's the same cough your neighbor had last winter. The one that lingered and deepened until his face turned gray. You try not to worry. It's just a cough. Probably. But still, you sit up straighter, just in case. You've heard it said that sleep is a rehearsal for death. That each night we die a little, and each morning we rise anew. It sounds poetic, sure. But in the 1300s, with plague outbreaks, fevers, and midwinter chills, it feels literal. People didn't take sleep lightly, especially not second sleep. That was the sacred one, the one closer to dawn, the one filled with gentler dreams, if you could get there. You close your eyes again, tuning out the distant bells and the shifting limbs around you. Your hands are warm, now tucked into the folds of your blanket. The cat purrs faintly near your feet. Even the air feels softer. And slowly, patiently, the second sleep welcomes you back. Not with drama, not with demons, just the slow, soundless drift toward warmth dreams and the fading heartbeat of the long medieval night. You're deep in it now. Second sleep. The kind of rest that wraps around you like thick fog, slow, drowsy, undisturbed. Your breathing has steadied, your limbs have surrendered. Your upright posture has softened just enough to allow dreaming, but not so much that you've slid sideways into anyone else's elbow. It's bliss. quiet, cold bliss. And then without warning, you feel it. A weight. Not heavy, exactly, but unmistakable. Like something small and dense has perched on your chest. It presses down not enough to hurt, just enough to make you aware. Your lungs tighten. Your arms feel pinned. Your mind stirs before your body does. You try to move, but you can't. Welcome to the medieval nightmare. Back then, this sensation wasn't called sleep paralysis. That term wouldn't show up for centuries. No people in the 1300s called it something else entirely: the mare, a spirit, a demon, a malicious, invisible being that sat on your chest and crushed your breath. They believed it entered through cracks in doors or windows, rode horses until they were soaked in sweat, and then crept into your bed to torment you in the dark. And the mare wasn't alone. Across Europe, variations existed: the Alp in Germanic folklore, the Pisadera in Portuguese tales, and in some regions, witches or devils were blamed. In all of them, the result was the same: a terrifying stillness, a chest pressed flat, and the certainty that something unnatural was watching you. You're awake, but you're not. You try to call out. Nothing. Your lips are sealed. Your limbs limp. The others in bed with you, snoring softly, oblivious. Historians still argue whether medieval folk believed these were literal demons or metaphors for night fears. But the records are vivid. Illustrated manuscripts depict squat goblins perched on the sleeper's chest. Old wives' tales describe remedies: placing an iron nail under your pillow, hanging a bag of salt near the door, even sleeping with your boots on, so the demon thinks you're just napping, not fully asleep. Quirky tip: one rural English cure said to curse the mare aloud and fart to drive her off. You're not sure if it works, but based on Uncle Leofric's recent outburst, he's probably demon-free for life. Still, you lie there unable to move, staring into darkness. The weight isn't crushing, but it is convincing. You try to remember the prayers you learned as a child. Something about guardian angels and night shadows. You mumble the words in your head, slowly, rhythmically. And with each mental syllable, the pressure lifts ever so slightly, until it's gone. You blink, surprised. The fire is a faint whisper again, and the cold has crept back to your fingers. You wiggle your toes. They respond. Your arms shift. Your lungs fill. You're free. No mare tonight. You exhale. This wasn't a rare experience. People in the 1300s shared stories of shadowy visitors, dream stalkers, even creatures that rode them in their sleep. And without science to explain it, they reached for the supernatural. And really, can you blame them? What else would you call a force that paralyzes your body, robs you of speech, and disappears the moment you're fully awake? Even today, sleep paralysis remains a medical mystery in some ways. But in the medieval world, it was proof demons were real, and sleep was their playground. You shift in your blanket, newly aware of every creak in the room, every sigh from the bodies around you. You scan the darkness for movement, but there's nothing, just shadows and silence. You settle again, sitting as upright as you can, because let's be honest, lying flat, after that experience, not an option. And yet, despite the scare, the sleepiness returns. Because the night is long, and your body is tired. And with the mare gone for now, you have a few more hours before dawn to reclaim your dreams. You stir sometime later, groggy and stiff, the cat now stretched across your shins like a furry belt. It's not the nightmare that wakes you this time. Not even a creaking floorboard or cough from the corner. No, it's something else. A sharp sniff, then another. You slowly open your eyes, and in the pale morning light just starting to leak through the shutter slats, you realize you're not alone. Well, of course you're not alone. This is the 1300s. But what you're seeing now is the true scope of medieval bedtime. Everywhere you look, there are limbs. Someone's elbow near your face, someone else's feet tucked beneath your cloak, and yes, someone else entirely nestled along the edge of the bed with a blanket over their head like a cloaked ghost. You are in a pile, a literal human pile. And that's just how it's done. In the 1300s, beds weren't sacred solo spaces. They were community zones, places to sleep together, whether for warmth, for necessity, or because there was simply nowhere else to go. Families shared beds. That's obvious. But so did travelers. When inns were full, people shared. If the innkeeper had one bed left and two strangers arrived, they'd sleep in the same bed without blinking. Naked. Sometimes. But let's not get into that just yet. Quirky tidbit, some innkeepers kept a piece of chalk behind the counter to draw a line down the bed, literally a boundary between strangers. Left side, right side. No spooning. Hopefully. Of course, lines can smudge, especially when both parties snore. You recall one tale of a merchant and a knight who shared a bed at a roadside tavern. One woke up, hugging the other's boots. They never spoke of it again. Historians still debate how common these stranger sleeping arrangements were outside of inns. Some argue it was mostly a rural practice, driven by tight living quarters. Others point to urban crowding, where apprentice workers and servants often slept near or in the same bed as their masters. And gender lines weren't always strictly enforced. In mixed households, it wasn't unusual for brothers and sisters to share a bed well into adulthood. Cousins, uncles, farmhands, anyone could end up in the heap, especially during winter when shared warmth wasn't optional, it was essential. Tonight, you're wedged somewhere between a cousin with breath like onions and a grandmother whose snore could rattle floorboards. You've lost feeling in one leg. You're not sure where your blanket ends and someone else's begins, and the cat has taken full possession of your toes. But honestly, it's kind of cozy. The warmth from the pile has built up through the night. The air is still cold, sure, but the cocoon of cloaks and breathing bodies has kept the worst of the frost at bay. There's a peculiar sense of safety in the tangle, until someone shifts, the cousin probably. The one with the onion breath. He mumbles something about a goose and flops sideways, forcing you to angle your spine even more awkwardly, just to avoid being crushed. You sigh, loudly. It's not even dawn. And this is the best case scenario. Imagine if you were on a pilgrimage, a journey that could take weeks. You'd sleep in strangers' barns, in shared church halls, in tents packed with snoring companions. You'd wish for the luxury of a shared straw mattress with familiar smells. One pilgrim's diary described a night in a wayside hostel where he shared a bed with 3 monks and a woman who sang in her sleep. He never found out her name, but he remembered her snore. Another account speaks of a noble being forced to share a bed with a peasant after a flood blocked the roads. "We did not converse," the noble wrote stiffly, "but I am certain he stole my belt." No further details. You adjust again, doing your best to stay upright, still sitting still, angled just enough to respect tradition and avoid a head full of vapors. And as the bed groans beneath yet another sleeper waking up, you realize something. In this century, sleep is not a private act. It is a shared space, a communal need, a woven tapestry of bodies and blankets and occasional burps. It's weird. It's intimate. It's normal. And for now, at least, you're still upright, still breathing, still not crushed. There's movement again. Not just shifting or snoring this time. This is different. A soft grunt, then a slow exhale, then quiet again. You glance sideways, trying not to be obvious, and catch a glimpse of her. One of the older cousins, or maybe your sister-in-law. It's hard to say in the dim light. She's sitting upright like you, arms wrapped around her knees, but her posture is stiff, tense. She's not sleeping. She's waiting. And then you remember. Pregnancy changes everything. In the 1300s, pregnancy wasn't just dangerous. It was a life-altering, body-breaking, often fatal experience. And sleep. That was no exception. For pregnant women, sitting up wasn't a preference. It was survival. The advice from midwives and folk healers was clear: do not lie flat. Ever. Not late in pregnancy, not after childbirth, not during recovery. Sitting upright was thought to protect the womb, ease the strain on the lungs, and prevent the blood from pooling in all the wrong places. Quirky, old remedy. Women were told to sleep with a soft linen cloth tied around their belly and another around their forehead to bind the life force in place. You're not entirely sure what that means, but when the nearest doctor is 2 days' ride away, you follow the cloth's instructions. Historians still debate whether these sleep posture customs came more from practical experience or superstition. Some scholars argue that women simply found it easier to breathe sitting up in the later months of pregnancy. Others point to the lingering influence of humoral medicine, which feared that reclining would let vapors rise into the womb or corrupt the baby's blood. Either way, women didn't take chances. In the weeks after birth, even more caution. It was called the lying-in period, but ironically, that didn't mean lying flat. Women were encouraged to remain mostly upright, covered in layers, surrounded by warm blankets and good smells. Lavender, rosemary, frankincense, anything to ward off evil air. You've seen it before, your neighbor's wife pale and trembling, after her third child propped in a chair for days, barely moving, barely speaking. Everyone walked softly around her. No one shut the windows too tightly. The air had to move, they said, or death would settle in. Tonight you watch the cousin, or maybe the sister-in-law, sit with her hands on her belly. She shifts occasionally, trying to find a posture that lets her lungs expand without putting pressure on her hips. She doesn't complain. She just breathes. And that's the other thing, silence. Women were expected to endure sleep the same way they endured birth. Quietly. Upright. With a kind of stoic resolve that left no room for complaint. It wasn't bravery. It was expectation. You remember the old midwife who once scolded a girl for lying back too soon after birth. The devil waits for open bellies, she had hissed. Sit up. Keep your soul tucked in. You're not sure if that's theology or folklore. Probably both. And not just women. New mothers weren't the only ones expected to keep their posture. Anyone recovering from illness or injury was told the same thing: sit up. Lying down meant weakness, vulnerability, an invitation for death to make itself at home. So when you see someone upright in the dark, you don't ask why. You just nod to yourself. You understand. The cousin, or whoever she is, shifts again. She winces. You pretend not to notice. Instead, you focus on your own breath, syncing it quietly with hers. In, out, in again. Maybe in this silent companionship there's comfort. And maybe that's the heart of all this upright sleeping, the shared burden. The knowledge that nobody here is sleeping in luxury, not even the pregnant, not even the frightened, not even you. You're all upright together, bracing yourselves against the cold, the night, and whatever unknowns wait beyond morning. Somewhere in the ceiling, a soft scratching begins, probably a squirrel or a bird nesting in the thatch again. You listen to it lazily, your body heavy, but your eyes unwilling to close just yet. And then suddenly, you smell it. Smoke. Not the warm, cozy kind from a hearth. This is sharp, acrid, stale. Not enough to panic yet, but enough to make you instinctively sit up straighter and pull your cloak tighter around your nose. The fire must be smoldering wrong again. You glance toward the fireplace. Just embers now, but the faint trail of smoke curling into the air seems to be drifting inward. There's no chimney, not in this house. Or, if there is, it's more of a hole in the roof that sort of works. Sort of. Welcome to one of the least discussed reasons people in the 1300s avoided lying flat smoke inhalation. You wouldn't think it, but in a poorly ventilated house which most were lying down in the winter, could literally be deadly. Fires burned low overnight to keep the cold out, but if the wind shifted wrong, or if the embers reignited a bit too strongly, the smoke would hang in the air like a blanket, and guess who'd be breathing it in? That's right, the ones on the floor. That meant infants, the sick, and anyone lying too low were at risk of coughing themselves awake or worse. Sitting up wasn't just about humors or demons. It was practical. Your head needed to stay above the smoke line. Historians still argue how widespread this concern was. Some believe people just tolerated smoke as an unavoidable nuisance. Others point to texts that suggest intentional smoke avoidance techniques, building raised beds, keeping heads close to open windows, or even smoke ladders made of linen draped toward the roof to help the smoke find its way out. And of course, for those without chimneys, the fire was simply placed in a central hearth, the smoke escaping however it could, through cracks, holes, or wishful thinking. The result? Your walls are black, your hair smells like burnt cabbage, and lying down flat means inhaling the thickest air. Quirky detail: one physician in the 14th century advised households to sleep with garlic poultices near the nose to cleanse the breath from night smokes. You can't decide if that's charming or horrifying, or both. You cough softly, reflexively. The air feels tighter now. You shift positions, trying to lift your head a few inches higher. Someone across the bed mutters in their sleep and throws off a blanket. Bad idea. The cold rushes in instantly. You hear the rustle of a cloak being pulled tighter in retaliation. Peace is delicate in a shared room. You've heard of wealthier homes with dedicated smoke holes, angled vents cut into the roof, sometimes covered with leather flaps that could be opened or closed depending on the wind. Ingenious, really, but not common, and not here. Tonight, you rely on posture. Your back is against the wall again, your knees pulled in, your chin tilted just high enough to feel the faintest upward draft. The room is still dark, but you can see your breath again, and it's moving in long, slow plumes. The smoke thins after a while. You've gotten used to it. Maybe that's the most medieval thing of all, not solving the discomfort, just outlasting it. You stretch your arms slowly, gently, so as not to bump the cousin who has somehow drifted halfway onto your leg. Your shoulder pops. Your spine creaks like an old door. You sigh. And then just for a moment, you allow yourself to imagine it. A home with clean air. A bed long enough for your whole body. A mattress that doesn't scratch, poke, or puff dust every time you breathe. a fire with a chimney, a room with glass windows, a sleep without layers, without fear, without someone's elbow pressed against your ribs. The thought is so foreign it feels like a dream. And then a cough from the far side of the room reminds you this is real, and upright, and smoky, and, for tonight, survivable. You nestle back into your posture, breathing shallowly, waiting for the embers to die fully. And you tell yourself, once again, tomorrow, maybe you'll sleep lying down, but probably not. You stir again, half woken, half lost, in the strange drifting current of second sleep, and something presses at the edge of your thoughts, a dream. Not a pleasant one. You can't quite recall the details, but you're left with the sense of something watching, something measuring you from beyond the curtain of sleep. It fades, but not before your heart gives a little stutter. Which, of course, brings you to the next quiet terror of the 1300s. Dreams meant something. To lie flat and drift too deeply into sleep was to open yourself up, not just to illness or imbalanced humors, but to the unseen, the spiritual, the unclean. The mind, after all, was believed to be vulnerable when the body relaxed. And dreams were messages, sometimes from God, other times not. In fact, many believed that upright sleeping, not fully reclined, not fully surrendered, kept your soul alert, kept your mind from slipping into places it shouldn't go. When you sit at a slant, the thinking goes, you stay closer to wakefulness, and therefore safer. This wasn't a fringe belief. Church doctrine, folklore, and even early medical theories mingled to form a cloudy, uneasy relationship with dreams. Were they divine? Were they temptations? Were they just the result of spoiled meat and poor ventilation? Historians still argue whether the church officially discouraged dreaming or merely warned against trusting them. Plenty of saints reportedly received divine visions in their sleep. But for the average person, dreams were more often a source of guilt or fear than comfort. Especially bad dreams, especially the kind where you fly-fall see a loved one in a darkened room, or are chased by animals that talk. One quirky medieval practice, sleeping with a Bible under your pillow to protect your dreams. Not to read it, just to absorb its holiness. Another method involved placing specific herbs under your head vervain, to invite good dream sage, to prevent nightmares, and mugwort if you wanted visions. You're not sure what was stuffed into your straw mattress, probably just more straw, or old turnip peels. You blink in the darkness, the faintest haze of light now appearing at the cracks of the shutters. Not sunrise yet, but close. The air feels softer, less haunted. You've heard of people keeping dream journals, even in the Middle Ages. Monks especially. They'd wake after a vision and write it down in elaborate Latin, trying to determine whether it was divine or demonic. Some dreams were seen as warnings, others as tests. Some were analyzed for symbolism. If you dreamed of teeth falling out, it meant illness. A flood, impending disaster. A black dog. The devil was near. A rooster crowing in a dream was good, unless it spoke. Then, definitely bad. You remember your aunt once said she dreamed of fire 3 nights in a row. The house didn't burn down, but her husband did fall into a cookpot a week later. Coincidence? She didn't think so. And let's not even talk about sleep talking. That could get you in trouble. Say the wrong thing out loud in your sleep, and your spouse might accuse you of witchcraft, or adultery, or worse, heresy. So yes, people had reasons to avoid deep sleep. They curled up, half waking, half dreaming, clinging to that upright posture like a spiritual seatbelt. You settle deeper into your cloak, now adjusting your posture ever so slightly, keeping your head tilted but not slack. The cat stretches beside you. Someone nearby coughs again. The dream, whatever it was, is fading. And in its place is a quiet clarity in this world. Sleep isn't surrender. It's a negotiation. You give the night just enough of yourself to survive and no more. Because your dreams aren't just private. They might be watched. You wake to a creak. Not loud, not urgent. Just the quiet groan of weight shifting wood on wood somewhere in the corner of the room. You blink disoriented, and for a moment you think it's someone adjusting on the mattress. But then you see it. Against the far wall, just visible in the slatted glow of pre-dawn, is a chair. But not just any chair. A wide, solid, high-back structure with curved arms and a slightly tilted seat. Carved from dark oak, smoothed by time and touch. It's not positioned at the table. It's not for working. It sits by the hearth, facing nothing, waiting. That dear sleeper is a chair bed. And in the 1300s, it wasn't uncommon, especially for the elderly, the sick, or anyone who'd given up on horizontal sleeping altogether. These weren't just chairs. They were night thrones, tools of survival, designed to let you sleep upright with dignity, stability, and as little discomfort as possible. You've seen it used before. Grandfather sitting upright through the night like a statue. Cloak over his legs, cap drooping to one side, a faint whistle in his breath. He said the bed hurt his back, or his knees, or that he wanted to hear the wind come in right. Sometimes he just mumbled, "I don't trust the floor." Quirky feature. Some of these chairs had rope lattices woven across the seat and back for breathability and slight give. Others were padded with bits of wool or fur if you had the coin. And still, others had small hooks or knobs carved into the arms, perfect for hanging your belt dagger, or a pouch of dried figs for midnight chewing. Historians still debate whether chair beds were meant primarily for the infirm, or if they were just a clever response to medieval houses being freezing smoky and very, very crowded. Some scholars argue that these upright sleepers offered a spiritual advantage sitting close to the fire, watching the household through the night remaining present. Others think they were just the medieval version of sleeping in the recliner. You imagine what it would be like settling into that chair. Wrapping your cloak tight, resting your hands on the wide wooden arms, eyes half closed but still upright. There's a certain elegance to it, a command. There's even a legend in your village that a woman once gave birth in one of those chairs and then never left it. Just stayed there day and night, so firmly wedged into her seat that her daughter claimed she started sprouting roots. Probably a joke. Probably. Still, the chair is tempting. Your mattress is more lump than comfort now. Your back aches from its unnatural angles. And the cousin beside you has developed a curious habit of twitching every few minutes, like a dreaming squirrel. But the chair is free. If you move now, you might beat the others to it. It's first come, first serve, after all. But it's cold, and your blanket is almost warm, and you're so tired. Still, your eyes remain on it. The fire is out. The sky outside the window is turning steel gray. Not morning, not yet. But the edge of night is here. You wonder how many stories that chair could tell. How many winters it's endured. How many nightmares it's held upright. You shift slightly, adjusting your posture again. The cousin groans softly and turns his head toward you. You freeze. Too late. He's waking. And suddenly the chair is no longer an option, because now he sees it too. Ah, well. Back to upright. but crowded it is. Maybe tomorrow night you'll get the chair, or maybe you'll finally build your own, with rope and hooks and a pouch for figs. The gray light creeping in through the shutters has reached your toes, now painting soft streaks across the rough floorboards. You blink slowly. Your body aches in that specific medieval way. Hips numb spine, crooked shoulders, locked in an eternal shrug. But you're still sitting. Still awake. Mostly. And that surprisingly might be doctor's orders. Because back in the 1300s, physicians actually prescribed sleep posture. They didn't just hand you a bottle of herbs and send you on your way. They told you how to sleep when, and most importantly, at what angle. Reclining, risky. Side, sleeping. Sometimes okay. Fully flat on your back, only if you were dying, or wanted to be. You think of that traveling physician who passed through the village last autumn, leather satchel tall, had a scent of rosemary and goat. He examined your neighbor's swollen leg and declared quite confidently that she should sleep upright with 2 onions under the armpits to drain the humors. You're still not sure what the onions did. But she did stop complaining after a while. Or maybe she just got tired of the smell. Quirky tip from one medical manuscript. If you had a sore throat, you were told to sleep upright facing north with a sprig of mint tied to your wrist. Why? To cool the bile. Of course, these ideas weren't just superstition. They were built on the framework of humoral theory, still dominant in medieval medicine. Everything you did, what you ate, how you bathed, where you slept, was meant to keep your 4 humors in balance. Too much black bile depression, too much yellow bile anger, too much blood, nosebleeds apparently. And sleep could stir or still them all. So when a doctor said, sleep sitting up, you did it. Especially if you were recovering from illness. Feverish sit. Coughing sit higher. Recovering from wind in the chest. Sleep upright with a slice of garlic on your tongue. Historians still argue whether these prescriptions actually helped or were just lucky guesses. Some think upright sleeping did reduce pneumonia risk. Others say the benefits were outweighed by the neck pain and chronic fatigue. Either way, the doctor's word was gospel, especially in a world where most healing came from boiling roots and saying prayers. Tonight, you're doing your part. You've got the posture, the layers, the vague headache. And if someone handed you a mint-scented onion and told you to wear it like a necklace, you'd probably say, which shoulder? You shift gently, trying not to wake the cat now curled between your ankles. A sliver of light from outside makes its way up the wall. Morning is coming. You think of the apothecary's notes hanging in the church records for cough at night, sleep propped by 2 bricks, one behind the heart, one behind the liver. You always wondered how they knew which brick touched which organ. Then again, you're sleeping against a sack of firewood tonight, so maybe you're halfway there. Your favorite piece of advice from a 14th century health guide: avoid idleness in the bed, for it spoils digestion and invites bad dreams. Rise early and stretch the body before the window. Then chew fennel. You don't have fennel, but you do stretch, or at least you try. Your arms creak. Your knees protest. Your back reminds you that it's been in the same shape since sundown. Still, you've survived the night. You stayed upright. You obeyed the doctor. You avoided the demons. You didn't inhale too much smoke. And most importantly, you're still here. You exhale slowly, watching your breath drift upward in the morning chill. One more night conquered. One more medieval medical miracle. And no onions were harmed in the process. The shutters are glowing now. faint gold, not just gray. Morning is no longer a rumor. It's here slanting in through the cracks in slow beams painting lines across the straw-strewn floor and the half-sleeping faces around you. You blink, then stretch carefully so as not to disturb the balance of this fragile human pile. And you wonder, do people still sleep like this? Maybe not exactly like this, wrapped in wool, hunched upright in a bed, too small for your legs, with someone else's feet dangerously close to your pillow sack, but parts of it still linger. In some rural corners of Europe, upright sleeping traditions survived well into the 19th century, especially among older folk. And even today, a few monks and nuns, those devoted to ancient rhythms, still sleep sitting up heads bowed as though keeping vigil over the dark. But that's not the only echo. You've probably heard of polyphasic sleep, where people nap in cycles instead of one long block. Modern biohackers think it's cutting edge. The medieval world would have yawned and said, yes, that's just what we did. 2 shifts of sleep, waking in the middle of the night to pray, think, or snack, resting upright to avoid illness. The new is old again. Quirky fact: in 2016, a group of sleep researchers tried recreating medieval sleep cycles in a controlled environment, no electricity, natural light, only meals timed with sundown. After just a week, participants began naturally waking in the night, calm and alert. Some even preferred it. The body remembered. Historians still debate whether our ancestors' sleep was better or just different. Was upright posture truly healthier? Did segmented sleep make dreams more vivid? Or did people just adapt to conditions that offered little choice? You sip a modern herbal tea, now reclined on memory foam, and it's tempting to think we've figured it out. But have we? Because here's what medieval folks had: rest as a rhythm. Not a stolen luxury. Not a rushed afterthought between appointments and glowing screens, but a ritual, a physical, spiritual negotiation with the dark. And posture was part of that. When you sat up to sleep, you weren't just avoiding disease, you were declaring, I will not vanish into this night. I will stay near the surface, watchful, waiting. Of course, in the modern world, we have heating and windows and beds you don't have to share with Aunt Berta and 3 chickens. But even now, in hospital chairs, long flights monasteries, and whispered night prayers, people sleep upright. Not because they want to necessarily, but because something in the bones remembers. You've done it too. That long train ride, that late night shift nap, that awkward position in the recliner where you accidentally snooze through the end of the movie. Upright sleeping isn't gone. It's just evolved, and in some strange way, comforting to know a peasant in 1305 bundled in wool, back against the wall, might understand your 3 a.m. airport nap posture better than anyone. You shift again, now the medieval light soft on your face. The cousin is finally snoring a bit more quietly. Even the cat has stopped kneading your toes. And you think, if you had to do it all again tonight, you probably still wouldn't lie flat. The first bird chirps, just as the light becomes real enough to see the shape of your own hand. You look down. It's slightly purple from the cold, a bit cramped from being curled into your cloak all night and dusted with straw flakes. But it's yours. Still working. Still warmish. Still here. You've made it through another medieval night. And it wasn't just the sitting upright that saved you, though that certainly helped. It was the everything. The layers. The posture. The caution. The rituals. The unspoken knowledge passed from bedmate to bedmate, from grandmother to groggy child, from village gossip to church sermon. Sitting up while sleeping wasn't weird, it was wisdom. A long-earned, back-crunching, sleep-depriving kind of wisdom, maybe. But it kept people alive. Because truth is, you wouldn't have slept much anyway. Not just because of the cold, or the bugs, or the straw poking your ribs, but because medieval sleep was a noisy, broken public event. There was always a cough, a prayer, a fart, a chicken. Always a draft. Always a fear. Always a rustle from the corner that might be a rat or might be Uncle Leofric looking for his other sock. People in the 1300s didn't expect 8 hours of peaceful horizontal slumber. They expected interruptions. They expected discomfort, and they learned to work with it. Segmented sleep, shared beds, upright posture, midnight bread chewing, ghost avoidance rituals, all of it stitched together into a fragile but functional form of rest. Historians still argue how much this disrupted people's health. Some say broken sleep, weakened immune systems, and shortened lives. Others argue it made people more adaptable, more resilient, more aware of their bodies and cycles. But one thing is certain: nobody was drifting off to lo-fi rain sounds in a king-size bed under a weighted blanket. They were sitting, wrapped in cloaks, inhaling smoke, listening for mice, and when dawn crept in, they rose not well rested, not blissful, but grateful to still be breathing. You stretch now, gently, careful of the cousin who is finally fully asleep, arm flung dramatically across your lap. You adjust your cloak, press your back a bit straighter, and sigh. Outside, a rooster crows. Somewhere in the distance, church bells will ring soon. The day has begun. You haven't truly rested, but you've endured. You'll nap later. Or not. You'll work. Walk. Eat something questionable. Laugh at something dumb. Repeat it all again when night returns. Maybe tomorrow you'll get the chair. Maybe not. But either way, you know the secret now. You don't have to lie down to rest. Sometimes, sleep is a shape you fold yourself into just long enough to make it to morning. And you did. Wind down, 300 words. And now, as the last echoes of medieval night fade from your imagination, let your breath slow. Let your shoulders soften. Whether you're curled in bed or upright on a couch, let yourself uncurl, even just a little. The fire in the hearth has long since gone out. The frost that kissed the window is starting to melt. The scratchy wool and smoky air fade gently into memory, leaving only the hush of morning. Not the clamor of carts or clucking hens. Just that gentle moment before the world remembers to be loud. You made it through the night. Upright, alert, wrapped in centuries of stories and sleep postures and human persistence. And maybe now, in the warmth of your own time, with your own bed, you can let go of the stiffness. Let gravity do the work. Let your head tilt just a little more comfortably. Let your spine soften. There are no mare spirits watching, no chamber pots nearby, no onions tied to your elbow, just you in the quiet glow of the end of a story. So breathe, settle, sink, and know that even in the strangest, most upright hours of human history, rest was always possible. It still is. Why rain could ruin your life in the 1200s. We're stepping into a world where a little drizzle doesn't just ruin your picnic, it threatens to unravel everything you've ever worked for. Picture this. You're trudging along a muddy village path in your stiff, half-wet wool tunic, the rain soaking through your cloak, the ground sucking at your worn leather shoes. Water streams off the crooked rooftops above you. There's no drainage, no umbrellas, and definitely no waterproof boots. Just you, the clouds, and the sound of squelching. And here's the kicker, you probably won't survive this. You're in the early 1200s. You live in a village, somewhere in what we now call Western Europe, maybe England, maybe France. Wherever it is, the sky is an unbroken gray sheet, and the rain has been falling for what feels like weeks. A heavy drizzle, just enough to seep into your bones, soak your bed straw, and bring the stench of the world to your doorstep. You thought rain just meant skipping your morning coffee run. Not here. Not now. Here, rain is the first sign something's about to go terribly wrong. The road into your village, really just a deepening groove in the earth, is already a slurry of manure-wet leaves and mud that tries to eat your feet. The wooden fences slump like drunks. The thatch on roofs sags where the water's pooled, and from more than one cottage smoke curls out from a fire that never quite dries the inside air. People are used to being damp, sure, but not this damp. You pass the village mill, its wheel sloshing slowly in a swollen stream. It creaks like it's dying. The miller eyes you with suspicion. He knows what you're thinking. If the rain doesn't let up, grain won't dry. And if the grain doesn't dry, you're not getting bread. And without bread, well, welcome to the long, slow unraveling. Rain in the 1200s isn't romantic. It's not the backdrop for handwritten poetry or cuddles by candlelight. It's an agent of chaos. Because when everything in your life depends on fire grain and dry wood, rain doesn't cool things down. It turns up the pressure. Your cottage has a thatch roof, pretty standard for the time. But it's been patched 5 times this year already. Each time, some helpful neighbor reassures you that stuffing another layer of reeds and straw will do the trick. It never does. The moment the clouds open up again, the water finds a new path. First, a trickle, then a drip, then right as you're drifting off, plop. On your face. Again. But hey, at least you're not the guy whose ceiling collapsed under the weight of soggy thatch and pigeon droppings. Inside, there's no chimney, just a hole in the roof to let out smoke and let in weather. The floor. Dirt. Not mud brick. Not wood. Just dirt. You've tried smoothing it. You've tried scattering rushes, but the floor's gone to soup. And now your only bowl is sinking into it. The rushes you laid to soak up the damp have molded into a delightful scent that's somewhere between barn and swamp. And there's a weird green fuzz growing up one of the beams that looks almost sentient. You sigh. You don't even have a towel. Remember, this isn't a freak storm. This is your life. There's no forecast, no chance of rain. Just an endless deluge that makes time itself feel stuck. And while you're standing in the doorway, trying to decide whether your socks are worth saving, your neighbor stumbles past with a look of horror. He saw the field. You follow him. Over the rise, you spot it, your shared crop plot. It's supposed to be barley this year. Was supposed to be anyway. Now it's a shallow pond. The new sprouts are gone, flattened under sheets of water that shimmer like silver death. In medieval Europe, around 90% of people are peasants. Your diet is built around what you grow. Grains, legumes, maybe a turnip if you're lucky. If the field goes underwater, there's no grocery store. There's no storage. There's only famine. And famine means your village priest starts talking about God's punishment, and everyone starts side-eyeing the lady with the strange cat. Historians still argue whether the wet years of the early 1200s were just unlucky weather patterns or a sign of the shifting global climate, the beginning tremors of what we now call the Little Ice Age. Either way, for you, it's personal. It's soggy, and it smells like mildew. Now here's a fun twist. While you and your village are bracing for starvation, a local lord rides by on a horse that somehow looks less muddy than you do. He tuts at the condition of your fences, as if you can fix fences in soup. His cloak is velvet, lined with fur. That fur will reek in about 2 hours. But for now, he's dry and smug. He doesn't ask how you're doing. He asks how much grain you've tithed. And the truth is, you are hoping for barley. But what you have is sludge. Still, the system won't wait. Taxes are due. Lords don't care about clouds. You owe your share, whether the earth cooperates or not. So as you trudge back toward your sagging hut, shoulders hunched, you realize this rain. It's not just weather. It's a sentence. One long, wet, muddy sentence with no umbrella and no mercy. And it's only just begun to fall. You wake up the next morning to the same steady whisper of rain tapping your leaking roof, and somehow the world feels even soggier than before. Your sleeping mat is damp. Your ankles are cold. There's a suspicious trail of moisture where your boots used to be. One of the rats might have borrowed them for its little rodent condo under the woodpile. Or maybe the boots just gave up and walked away. You can't really blame them. You pull yourself up and glance toward the tiny window slit. It's not even really a window, just a gap in the wall stuffed with greased cloth. Outside, everything has that gray, dull blur, but something's off. You notice that the stream near the edge of your village is no longer a stream. It's a lake. A wide, murky, fast-moving sheet of water now curls into the edges of your farmland, the boundary between hope and disaster disappearing beneath it. The field where the barley was supposed to grow, it's underwater. You stare at it trying to convince yourself it'll drain off. Maybe the sun will come out. Maybe the ground will soak it up. Maybe pigs will fly through your chimney and deliver buttered toast. The field isn't just flooded, it's lost. And that means something deeply medieval famine is coming. See, in the 1200s, your crops aren't just your food, they're your economy, your health insurance, your rent, your life plan. And rain steady, soaking, perfectly average rain can be the enemy of every single one of those. Crops don't like being underwater. The roots drown. The soil turns sour. Even when the rain stops, the moisture clings for weeks. You don't have drainage ditches or water pumps. All you've got is prayer and a vague hope the neighboring village is doing worse. Remember, there are no backup food systems. No international shipments of wheat on their way. Your village produces what it eats, and what it doesn't eat, it stores. But rain ruins that too. Moist grain molds quickly. Moldy grain kills quickly. It's a fun little feedback loop of doom. Your neighbor leans on a post beside you, chewing on what might be a beet or might be just a muddy stick. He says, "Happened in my father's time. Rained so long the ground just swallowed the ox. You blink. The whole ox hooves up, like it stepped in a soup pot." He grins like it's a great story, but the humor fades because the weight of this moment is settling in. Everyone's thinking the same thing. What now? In a dry year, you'd harvest enough to feed your family, pay your lord, and stash a bit in the granary for winter. In a good year, maybe even sell a sack at market. But in a wet year, like this one, you get nothing but rot. This kind of harvest failure isn't just a personal problem. It spreads. When one village loses crops, neighboring villages feel the pinch. Soon, everyone's walking farther for food trading more desperately and risking more danger just to get through the week. You're not just hungry, you're competing with others who are hungrier. Historians still argue whether these crop failures led directly to violence or just laid the groundwork for it. But either way, famine doesn't play fair. It starts quietly, with wet fields and whispers, and it ends with neighbors turning on each other for sacks of spoiled rye. Meanwhile, back at your hut, your wife is trying to dry out what's left of your seed grain. She's spread it on a rough board near the fire. It steams a little. That's not good. If it's steaming, it's already started to rot. There's a strange smell in the room, sort of sour, sort of earthy. Mold. You'll smell a lot of that this year. Mold in the grain bin. Mold in your bread. Mold in your lungs. And that's where things get especially cursed. Because the problem with spoiled grain isn't just that it tastes bad. It can make you hallucinate. It can give you convulsions. It can quite literally set your limbs on fire. Enter ergot, a lovely fungus that grows on wet rye. It turns into a poison that, when baked into bread, can cause a full-blown medieval horror show. People twitching in the streets, screaming about flames in their veins. It was called St. Anthony's fire. And no, it's not a metaphor. They really thought you were being burned from the inside by divine punishment. Now you're wondering, is the field gone and your bread trying to murder you? Yes. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, your local lord still wants his due. Because the feudal system doesn't believe in weather excuses. If your crop fails, you still owe a portion of, well, nothing. Which means you'll pay in something else, your winter firewood, your goat, your daughter's dowry. You remember seeing an old man last year whose crop washed away. By winter, he was eating boiled bark and wearing shoes made from sheep stomachs. You thought, poor guy. Now you're that guy. A few brave souls from the village propose a solution: drain the field. Dig ditches. Use whatever wood is left to redirect the water. It's ambitious. It's hopeful. It's doomed. Because the ground isn't just wet, it's saturated. Like a sponge that's been soaking since last Tuesday. The more you dig, the more the water seeps in. The ditches just fill and overflow. And every hour you spend digging is an hour not spent gathering food, fixing the roof, or staving off despair. Rain in the 1200s is a silent siege. There are no headlines, no dramatic downpours, just a low, ceaseless drizzle that nudges everything gently toward catastrophe. By nightfall, you sit near the fire and chew a crust of last season's bread. It's hard, tastes like dirt, might actually be part dirt. Your fingers are cracked, your back aches. You look down and realize your feet are still damp. You wonder if they'll ever feel dry again. And outside, under the pale moonlight, the field glistens with a shimmer that used to be hope. You wake to coughing. Not yours this time, your youngest. It's that wet, chesty kind of cough that makes every breath sound like they're inhaling through a sponge. You roll over and realize the inside of the hut smells worse than yesterday. The rushes on the floor are definitely rotting, and your bedding, just layers of straw and cloth, is holding in more moisture than warmth. Outside, the rain hasn't stopped. Of course it hasn't. You step into the gray morning, your cloak already stiff with damp, and head toward the communal storehouse. Maybe someone's managed to salvage a few dry sacks of grain. Maybe there's hope. But as you walk, you catch a whiff of something that stops you cold. Mold. A musty, earthy stench that clings to the nostrils, settling behind your eyes. You duck inside the storage building and find several villagers already there. They're holding their sleeves to their faces, looking down at the burlap sacks with a mix of horror and resignation. The grain's gone bad. One woman gingerly pulls back a cloth and shows you the culprit rye turned gray-black, with a powdery coating. Ergot again. You've heard the stories. People eating this grain start to shake, twitch, see things, lose fingers, toes sometimes minds. St. Anthony's fire isn't just a spooky nickname. It's what happens when your daily bread becomes medieval LSD with a side of gangrene. And you remember that not long ago, your cousin in the next village over went to a festival, ate a loaf of rye, and was last seen running through a field, screaming about devils in the wheat. The problem is, mold isn't always obvious. Some of these grains look fine, and the hunger gnaws louder than the fear. You could sift through it. Try to dry it near the fire. Hope for the best. That's what your neighbor does. You watch him take a handful of grain and mutter, "Just the damp ones. Yeah, we'll sort 'em." He laughs nervously. You do not laugh. You just imagine the funeral. Historians still argue whether widespread ergot poisoning was behind certain mass visions in medieval towns, strange dancing manias, outbreaks of hysteria, and even accusations of witchcraft. In your time, no one talks about fungus or chemistry. They just call it cursed bread, God's judgment, or bad luck. Super helpful. So you step back from the grain and consider your options. They're not great. You think of trading for food. But trade requires something to trade with. You've got wet cloth, a rusty knife, and a half-moldy onion. The market won't open again until the road dries, which could be weeks. And even then, no one wants to buy waterlogged despair. Back at your hut, your partner has tried baking some of the salvaged grain into bread. It's thin hard and smells faintly of mildew and something chemical. You try a bite. It sticks to your teeth. It might also be plotting your demise. Then comes the stomach cramps. They don't hit right away. At first it's just a twist, a twinge, then a deep sour burn that works its way up into your ribs. You lie down and clutch your gut, wondering if this is what your cousin felt just before he ran into the woods and tried to baptize a goat. Maybe it's not the bread. Maybe it's just nerves. But either way, food is now the enemy. Your wife refuses to eat it. She feeds the youngest boiled roots, instead mostly water, and fibrous chunks that probably do more harm than good. The baby coughs again, louder this time. At this point, you're not just dealing with hunger, you're fighting off the suspicion that everything around you might be contaminated. The cloth, the straw, even the air inside your hut feels thick and hostile, like it's watching you, waiting for you to let your guard down. And all the while, the rain keeps falling, gentle, relentless, quietly digging its fingers into everything you own. You visit the church, not for a sermon, just for shelter. Churches are built to last, stone walls, high ceilings, heavy doors. It's probably the driest place in the village. You slip inside soaking wet and sit beneath the carved beams. Candles flicker in the damp air. A priest is kneeling near the altar, muttering Latin under his breath. You catch the words, "For deliver us from evil." He doesn't mean the devil. He means the weather. Another villager slips in behind you, hood-soaked. Then another. Soon, the church is half full of people who don't say a word. No one needs to. You're all thinking the same thing. If this rain keeps up, it's over. You spot a familiar figure, an old woman hunched with a walking stick made from a twisted branch. She used to sell herbs. People stopped visiting her after last year's fever spread. Now they whisper when she passes. Someone told you she talks to her goats. You try not to look at her, because you know what happens next when things go bad, when grain spoils, When people get sick, when crops drown, they start looking for someone to blame. And someone like her with her herbal potions and odd way of talking is the perfect scapegoat. A walking answer to every question the rain won't stop asking. But that's for another day. For now, you trudge back to your home with a stomachache, a soggy tunic, and a bread loaf that may or may not be plotting your hallucination. You crawl into your damp bedding, pull your musty blanket up to your nose, and whisper something to no one in particular. Please, just one dry day. But outside, the rain doesn't hear. Or worse, it does. And it answers with more. You wake up in the middle of the night to a soft, rhythmic plip, plip, plip. An unmistakable sound. It's back. The drip. Right over your head, again soaking through the fabric you thought might last one more season. You swat at the ceiling, but the drip has already claimed your bedding and is eyeing your last pair of dry socks with malicious intent. You roll over, cursing the roof silently, and that's when it hits you. Even castles are no match for this rain. You'd think the rich have it better, and in most ways, sure they do. More food, better walls, actual furniture. But even inside those mighty castles, the rain makes itself known. You remember the time you visited the local lord's estate to deliver grain. As soon as you entered the great hall, you noticed the smell, damp stone rotting wood, and just the faintest hint of wet dog. Turns out stone doesn't mean dry. Castles are drafty. They're massive, uninsulated refrigerators made of rock and echo. And when it rains, water doesn't just roll off the roof. Politely, it finds every weak joint in the mortar and trickles down like the world's most passive-aggressive faucet. The tapestries hanging on the walls. They're not just decoration, they're insulation. In theory. In practice, they're soggy rags full of mildew and probably half a kingdom's worth of moths. And they smell. Oh, they reek. Like wet sheep and noble disappointment. You remember the steward apologizing for the state of things. My lord regrets the leak above the throne of all places. That's where the Lord sits, to pretend he's better than you. And now he's sitting under a drip crown, slowly tarnishing cloak, collecting mildew like it's a hobby. Servants scramble around with buckets, rags, and increasingly creative swearing. The rain doesn't care if you have a title. It finds you. It always finds you. Historians still argue whether medieval castle design truly prioritized water runoff or just hoped gravity would do its job. Either way, many castles were built in haste with more concern for defense than drainage. A moat may keep enemies out, but it doesn't stop rain from falling straight through a hole in the roof. You saw it firsthand during that grain delivery. Puddles on the stone floors, wooden beams swollen and sagging, the banquet table pushed to the driest corner, where a few unlucky nobles sat hunched and miserable, gnawing on half-warm meat pies under dripping candles. And heaven forbid the rain comes with wind. In that case, the tapestries become sails. The windows, usually just arrow slits let in water like it's a guest on the list. Fires struggle to stay lit. Smoke clings to everything. One chambermaid you met had a permanent cough, and she swore it was from spending too much time near the leaky stairwell, which doubled as both a wind tunnel and a cold bath when the rain turned sideways. So no, the nobility aren't safe. Their bread is probably less moldy, their cloaks more fur-lined, but they're still living in giant stone basins that collect water like accidental bathtubs. And when you live in a castle where everything's wet and nothing dries, even silk starts to feel like sandpaper. The Lord's chambers Supposedly, the finest rooms in the keep are often the highest up, which means they're closest to the leaky ceilings. And because heat rises in theory, there's always a fire going, which makes the damp worse. Warm, wet air. Just what mold loves. A rich fungal paradise. One time, a traveling friar told you about a castle in Normandy where the rain was so persistent the Lord took to sleeping in a boat. Inside, on the second floor. You still don't know if he was joking, but you've heard of worse. A noblewoman near Rouen supposedly caught something called lung rot after sleeping near a window for too many wet seasons. Her servants said mushrooms were growing on the inside of her wall. Literal mushrooms. Nature reclaiming nobility one damp brick at a time. And it's not just comfort that's at risk. When the great halls become damp, when mold creeps into the food stores, and when clothing refuses to dry, diseases move in like uninvited guests. Lice, fleas, respiratory infections, they thrive in the damp. Especially when everyone's wearing 10 layers of wool and pretending nothing smells weird. You once saw a knight in full armor sneeze so hard he knocked over a candlestick. That's not heroic, that's flu season. So yes, castles have high walls and roaring fires, but they're also cold, wet, echoing boxes of sadness when the rain sets in. And no amount of frowning from a balcony makes the water go away. Back in your village, you try not to envy them too much. Sure, they have roofs with slightly fewer leaks and servants to mop their stone floors. But your home, as leaky and miserable as it is, doesn't involve falling asleep to the sound of rats skating on marble. Plus, you don't have to wear 20 pounds of soggy velvet just to go to dinner. Still, as you sit by your dying fire, squinting at the dark stain spreading across the ceiling beam, you realize something important. It doesn't matter if you're a peasant or a baron or a minor bishop with a thing for cheese rain gets into everything. It seeps through social class. It drowns the comfort of rank. It makes you equal in one very specific, very squelchy way. So you wrap your damp cloak tighter, tuck your feet into the least wet corner of the room, and tell yourself that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow will be dry. Spoiler, it won't. You know the roof's a joke. That much is clear. But as the days go on, and the rain continues to hammer your village like a very wet curse, you start noticing something worse. The walls are soft. Not cozy blanket soft. Not, how quaint soft. More like poke it with a stick and it caves in soft. Welcome to the age of medieval housing, where your thatched roof is a ticking time sponge, and the walls are basically wattle and daub that is sticks and mud. Sometimes clay and dung. It's charming in a look what the kids made in art class kind of way. But rain turns it all to soup, faster than you can say load-bearing. You press your hand against the interior wall one morning and it feels squishy. You pull it back, and there's a faint, earthy scent on your palm like compost. You stare at the spot for a while, wondering if this is how the house dies, not in a fire, not by invading soldiers, but by quietly melting back into the mud it came from. Remember that roof, that patchwork of reeds, straw, and wishful thinking. It's now a dripping net for moss bugs and bird poop. When it was dry, it worked sort of, but soaked. It sags between the rafters, and no amount of poking it with a broom handle seems to help. You try climbing up to patch a particularly bad leak with bundled straw and clay paste. The roof doesn't thank you. In fact, it gives way slightly under your foot, and you end up with one leg dangling through the ceiling like some kind of damp, screaming chandelier. The chickens watch in judgment. You manage to haul yourself out without falling all the way through, but your pride is bruised, and so is your backside, and your foot's still wet. Even if you had better tools, which you don't, the rain doesn't give you time to dry the materials properly. Thatched roofs need to be installed dry so they can overlap tightly and wick water away. When they're wet during installation, they just lock in the moisture and then welcome in mildew like it's a dinner guest. Historians still argue whether medieval villagers truly understood the long-term effects of this kind of water damage or simply accepted the rot as part of life. Judging by how quickly homes were rebuilt after collapsing, the answer might be we kind of knew, but we also kind of didn't care. And while the adults in your house suffer in silent, itchy, soggy frustration, the children get sick. Not from one big dramatic illness. No, this is the slow burn of constant exposure, coughing rashes, shallow breathing. You notice their clothes are always damp. Their shoes never dry. And without dry warmth, your body just wears down. You'd love to hang clothes by the fire, but your fire barely has the energy to crackle these days. The wood pile is soaked. It hisses and smokes instead of burning. So your hearth smells like steamed mushrooms and disappointment. Everything inside the house is damp to the touch. Your bed, your stool, the underside of the table, even your own skin. The straw you sleep on, moldy. The leather pouch you keep your coins in, greasy with moisture. You sneeze more now. Your eyes itch. Oh, and have we mentioned the bugs? Rain brings them in droves. Earwigs, silverfish spiders, centipedes, beetles. Creatures that thrive in the damp and seem personally offended by your existence. You wake up one morning with what you hope is just a bit of moss in your hair, only to find a line of tiny ants having a meeting in your left boot. Fun fact, thatched roofs often became accidental ecosystems. Birds nested there, sure, but also rats, weasels, and the occasional snake. That's right, your ceiling might be home to a small, wriggling ecosystem of doom, all because the rain won't stop. You try to fix things. Really, you do. You smear more daub into the softening cracks of your wall. You rethatch patches of the roof with whatever straw isn't blackened. You dig a trench to keep water from pooling at the base of the walls. It buys you a few hours of optimism. Then the rain comes harder. You hear a crunching noise from one of the roof beams, just a faint snap, like old bread. You don't investigate. You don't want to know. At this point, everything you own is 1 degree away from compost. Your friend down the lane, a cheerful man with a tendency to whistle, even when things are terrible, comes by to commiserate. He's had to start sleeping in his storage shed. The floor's drier there somehow. Or maybe just less soggy than his bed, which recently developed what he calls a small stream feature. You both try to laugh, but the truth hangs heavy in the air. Like wet wool, you're all losing your homes. Not to fire, not to war. To water. Quiet, patient, never-ending water. There's even a saying you overheard once in the tavern, back when you could afford a drink. Fire burns quick, but rain takes its time. It's less of a proverb and more of a slow-motion insult from the sky. You remember stories your grandfather told how his father once lived in a dugout hut during a wet year because the walls of his house collapsed from rot. They'd tried to rebuild it twice before giving up and just living underground like cold, sad moles. And now, as you look at the soft edges of your walls, feel the sag of the roof, and smell the creeping fungus in every corner of your life, you start to understand. This isn't just a leak. This is surrender. End the rain. It doesn't care. You've decided foolishly to leave the village today. It's not some grand quest. You just need to get to the next town, over 6 miles, maybe 7, where they might have some dry grain, or a better roof patch, or someone selling onions that haven't turned into mush. It's a normal thing. In dry weather, you could walk it in half a day. With luck, you'd be back before dark, with a half-decent story, and maybe if the heavens were truly smiling a handful of dried apples. But the heavens are not smiling. The moment you step outside the village, your feet sink 2 inches into what used to be a road and is now medieval soup. A thick gray-brown sludge of clay water manure, dead leaves, and the occasional worm flailing for freedom. You press forward. No turning back now. You've made the choice. And besides, if you go home empty-handed again, the baby's going to cough up a lung. Your shoes, if you can still call them, that are leather soles with a vague suggestion of laces. They were never waterproof. Now they're like cold, wet flannels wrapped around your feet, each step making a soft squelch that echoes off the hedgerows like a medieval fart joke. Within a few minutes, your legs are coated in mud up to the knees. The path ahead dips into a low grove that, thanks to this rain, has turned into a little river. Not a stream, a river. You test the depth with a stick. It disappears entirely. You consider your options. Turning back is shameful. Moving forward is risky. Standing still means hypothermia. So naturally, you wade in. Cold. So cold. The water slaps your thighs like a vengeful eel. Your cloak soaks up the flood like a sponge and tries to drown you via the power of weight alone. Somewhere nearby, a frog chirps, probably laughing. This is medieval travel during the rainy season, not so much a journey as a soggy survival simulator. Historians like to talk about trade routes and pilgrimages, but they often skip over the fact that most roads were either dust or sludge depending on the month. There's even a theory among scholars that some of the earliest maps were less about direction and more about warning. Don't go that way. You'll die in a puddle. You slog on. Every footstep is a gamble. You slip on a hidden stone and barely avoid face planting into what may or may not be donkey urine. Ahead, the bridge is a fallen log lashed to 2 stakes. It's narrow, very slippery, and exactly as stable as a promise from the tax collector. You straddle it awkwardly and shuffle across like a frightened duck. Halfway over, you hear something groan. The log. Your knees. You don't ask questions. You just pray and clench. Once safely across, you pause. Catch your breath. Watch the mist rising from the road ahead like steam off a communal stew. You're halfway there. That's when the rain starts again, harder this time. Thick slanted sheets of water, driven sideways by a gust of wind that slaps your hood off and flings cold droplets down your spine like they've been saving up all day. You are now soaked under your clothes. Congratulations. You pass by another traveler coming the opposite way, a farmer judging by his smell. He nods grimly, his donkey squelching beside him, ears pinned back in pure existential dread. The two of you don't speak. There's nothing to say. Your shared misery is its own language. Around a bend, the road disappears entirely. A wagon must have passed through recently, judging by the deep ruts. They've filled with water. You try to edge around, only to sink ankle-deep into a field that looked solid from a distance, but was in fact lying. You let out a sound that's not quite a word and not quite a sob, more of a medieval yelp, and yank your foot free, minus a shoe. Great. You dig around in the muck, retrieve it, now filled with about a cup of very judgmental rainwater, and keep going. You finally see the town ahead. The wooden gate leans drunkenly in the distance, barely visible through the curtain of rain. You limp toward it like a very sad knight returning from a war against the weather. Inside, it's not much better. The mud just has more footprints in it. You stumble into the market square and find half a dozen vendors huddled under makeshift awnings. Their goods are equally damp wilted greens, damp cloth bundles of sticks that used to be firewood. You approach the grain merchant. He looks you up and down, unimpressed by your soggy nobility. You ask if he has any rye, or barley left dry preferably. He laughs. Dry, dry, he echoes, as if you've just asked if he has a unicorn on a leash. Still, he pulls out a sack from under his table dryer than most not perfect. You strike a deal, handing over the last of your coin. It hurts, but you need something to take home. Anything. You shoulder the sack, which is heavier than you expected. That's a good sign. Or maybe it's just water weight. Either way, you don't care. You trudge back toward home. The road, just as treacherous. Your legs already numb, your shoulders aching. You're soaked through again. But there's a glimmer of pride now. A success. You made the journey. You got the grain. You slip into your village by twilight, looking like a swamp creature with a shopping habit. The kids stare. The chickens scatter. Your partner greets you at the door, eyes wide with disbelief. You hold up the sack like a trophy. She doesn't even say anything, just nods, then points to the roof. You look up. Another leak. Right over the fire. Of course it is. You'd hoped the village would feel brighter when you returned. Spoiler, it doesn't. If anything, it feels worse. The sky is the same color as cold porridge. The streets are still drowning in their own filth. And a chicken has taken over your doorstep like it's claiming squatters' rights. You nudge it gently aside and push open the door, ducking under the low frame, and you're hit by the scent of smoke-damp wool and that subtle undertone of hopelessness that's been building steadily for weeks. Inside, the fire sputters weakly, fighting for breath in the wet air. The patch of ceiling you'd fixed last week is now letting in a steady, arrogant stream of water right onto your cooking stones. The pot's full, not of stew, just rain. You take a deep breath and drop the sack of grain with more force than necessary. It lands with a wet thunk, spattering your ankles with a fine mist of mud. Then you notice your neighbor's son, 6-year-old shoes made of tied-up scraps of leather, and Hope walking past your door with his little legs splashing in what has become your road. Except it's not a road anymore. It's a system of connected puddles, like sad little lakes that occasionally burp out old bits of straw or a drowned bug. He slips and lands hard, and you wince before hearing the cry. His mother calls from her doorway, but she can't reach him quickly, not unless she wants to wade up to her knees. So you go, because you're already soaked and can't possibly get wetter. You help him up. His tunic is dripping. His hands are filthy. His lips bleeding slightly where he hit the mud. You wipe it with your sleeve, which, congratulations, is the cleanest cloth available. You carry him back, dodging one of the deeper potholes in what used to be the lane. And that's when you realize something chilling. This isn't just inconvenient. This is dangerous. Because when a village floods, when roads vanish and ditches overflow, it's not just your boots that suffer. It's the entire ecosystem of movement and waste and daily survival. Rain in the 1200s means your infrastructure, such as it is, falls apart. Your road wasn't paved. Of course it wasn't. It was compacted earth, maybe with some flattened stone here and there if your Lord had a charitable moment. And now it's gone. No one's cart is getting through this. No one's animals are crossing without slipping. Even the pigs are choosing to stay inside, and pigs love mud. Travel stalls. Deliveries stop. The village slows to a painful crawl. And that's when the puddles stop being just puddles. They become little breeding grounds of misery. Water pools, where it shouldn't, between houses inside sheds at the base of walls. It sits there stagnant. And since you don't have plumbing, there's a little something extra floating in most of it. Waste. Human. Animal. Whatever the chickens left behind and the pigs didn't finish. It all swirls together into a delightful medieval soup you're now expected to walk through barefoot if your shoes give out. A child splashes in one of these puddles and laughs. You, however, do not. Historians still debate how much medieval village design accounted for drainage. Some argue there was intention behind where homes were built and ditches were dug. Others suggest it was more hope and shovel, where if things flooded, you just moved the pile. But here's the truth. On the ground, most towns weren't ready for this much rain, and definitely not for this long. You try to dig a little trench in front of your door to guide the water away. The mud gives way easily, it's lost all structure, and your trench becomes a new puddle before you can even finish shaping it. It burps ominously. You give up. Inside the village, the narrow alleys are now streams. Foot traffic is down to a trickle. The older folks stay indoors. The younger ones try to hop from dry spot to dry spot, turning daily errands into dangerous obstacle courses. You hear someone shout. A cart's tipped over on the far side of town. One of the wheels caught in a soft spot near the tannery. And now the driver's ankle is twisted, and the grain sacks he was bringing are already floating away, like particularly sad boats. And here's the kicker. It's not even a flood by modern standards. This is just consistent rain. But that's the real danger. It doesn't make headlines. It makes pestilence. Because stagnant water is where disease gets comfy. Cholera isn't identified yet, it won't be for centuries. But the symptoms are here. The sudden cramps, the vomiting, the weakness, the panic. Everyone has a theory. Some blame spoiled bread. Some think the water's cursed. Others say it's demons crawling out through the puddles. You just try not to drink it. You fetch water from the communal well, now extra careful not to step in anything suspicious on the way. And when you get back home, you strain it through cloth twice. Then you boil it. And still, you don't trust it. You don't trust anything anymore. You walk past the tavern and see that it's half full, not of people, but of mud. The door sags on its hinges. The innkeeper tries to sweep it out with a broom that looks more decorative than functional. A rat swims lazily past a table leg. Even your priest is starting to look worried. That's when you really panic. The man who usually rants about hellfire now mutters things like cleansing rain and a test of faith, which is medieval, for I have no idea what's happening either. One evening, the sky turns greenish, just for a moment, and lightning cracks the air. A bolt hits the field just beyond the grain store. It doesn't catch fire, of course it doesn't, it's soaked, but it leaves a charred streak across the mud. You watch it from your doorway soaking wet again, holding a bowl of mostly turnip stew, and you feel the strange calm of someone who's seen too much. Your village hasn't just become wet, it's sinking. Not physically, though it feels like it, but socially, psychologically. Morale's dripping away, like everything else, and as puddles rise, tempers shorten. You've heard whispers, accusations. Someone swears a widow cast a spell. Someone else says it's the woods. Someone else blames the stars. You don't say anything, because deep down, you know the truth. It's just rain. And that's the worst part. You sit by the fire, or at least where the fire should be. It's mostly smoke tonight, wet wood, hissing and spitting, like it resents being set on fire in the first place. You prod it with a stick, adding yet another damp log from your dwindling stack. It gives you about 30 seconds of a satisfying crackle before falling into another sullen steam cloud. The inside of the house feels like a sauna designed by someone who's never experienced comfort. Your clothes, which have been hung by the hearth for 2 days now, are still damp. Not soaked anymore, just clammy. The kind of damp that makes you feel like your skin is wearing a second grosser skin. And here's the truth you've been trying to avoid: they'll never really dry. Not completely. Not until the weather changes, the walls stop weeping, and the air loses this heavy, clingy wetness that's everywhere now. Linen shirts, wool tunics, hose, undergarments if you're lucky enough to own more than one set. Everything you wear has slowly absorbed the ambient misery. Even your belt feels damp. Your belt. Leather doesn't even like water. You think about the modern luxury of a tumble dryer, then immediately shove that thought out of your brain. Too cruel. The 1200s are not kind to clothing, especially in the rain. You're lucky to have any clothes at all. Most people only have one set of garments. Two if they're particularly lucky, pious, or hoarding. That means if your clothes get wet, and they always do, your options are wear wet clothes or wear nothing. And the 13th century air? Not exactly beach weather. You pull your cloak tighter around your shoulders. It's wool, and wool is a miracle in its own miserable way. It retains heat even when wet. But that doesn't mean it's comfortable. Wet wool clings. It smells. It sags. You become a walking barnyard. You remember that one friar who said wet wool smells of sin. He wasn't wrong. Some clever soul in the village tried hanging his cloak near the communal oven. It caught fire. Now he has a shorter cloak and a permanent fear of bread baking. Historians still argue about just how unbearable medieval daily wear really was, especially in rural communities. Some say people were used to it. Others argue that being constantly cold and wet is never something you get used to. You just suffer more efficiently. You try to be clever. You layer. You rotate your undertunic with the slightly less wet overtunic. You sleep with your boots next to the fire so they're at least warmly wet in the morning. It doesn't help. Every part of your body aches. Not from injury, but from this constant exposure to chill and moisture. You've got what the old folks call the damp in the bones, a lovely little phrase that means your joints are now very angry every time you move. Your partner wraps her feet in strips of wool and mutters that she's growing moss. She might not be joking. Even your bedding has betrayed you. You try laying out your blanket in the sun once a week, assuming the sun appears for longer than 4 minutes, but usually it just gets wetter from the dew. So you sleep on a mat that squelches faintly when you roll over. You no longer flinch when something crawls over your arm at night. It's just part of the ambiance now. And that sweet, natural medieval smell everyone romanticizes. Yeah, it's mold. The smell of you, your family, your neighbors, and every piece of fabric in the village slowly fermenting into one giant mushroom farm. Everywhere you go, the smell follows. You pass the baker in the lane, and he smells like damp yeast and depression. The blacksmith smells like smoke and wet dogs. The priest smells like mildew and a faint note of boiled linen. There is no escape. Even the animals are giving up. You pass a sheep near the edge of the village that looks like a soggy pillow with legs. It glares at you. You glare back. There is an unspoken agreement. No one is winning here. And then comes the kicker, the rash. You've noticed it. A little red irritation where your hose meets your thighs. You think, maybe I rubbed it raw from all the walking. Then it spreads. It itches. It burns. You try not to scratch, but by nightfall, it feels like you've angered a vengeful fairy. This is what happens when wet fabric clings to wet skin for days. It's called chafing at best. At worst, ulcers, infections, skin rot. You remember that traveling merchant who had to have part of his leg removed after a simple rash went black. You try drying off with a cloth, but the cloth is already wet. You try changing clothes, but all the clothes are the same flavor of damp. You finally sit in your wet socks and your itchy, clinging tunic and stare into the half-dead fire. This is your life now. Damp, itchy, and faintly mushroom-scented. You remember hearing once about the Saracens in the East, how they wore light linen robes in the desert heat, kept their clothes dry with the sun, and even bathed in scented oils. You think of that now, with the quiet yearning of a man watching his last dry sock float away. Then you sneeze. It's not a dramatic sneeze, but it's enough. A sharp wetness behind the eyes. A runny nose. The beginnings of what your grandmother used to call a wet fever. You know this one. It starts with a sniffle and ends with you hallucinating about dead saints. The damp wins again. You lie down that night with a blanket that's just slightly less wet than the floor beneath it. You curl into a ball and tell yourself the rash will ease by morning. It won't, but it's the thought that counts. By now, the rain is less a weather event and more of a personality trait for the entire village. You're no longer surprised to find puddles in your bed or moss growing near the fireplace. You've simply adapted like a very tired frog with taxes. But someone hasn't adapted your horse. Okay, technically, it's not your horse. It belongs to the village reeve, but you borrowed it last week to help bring back supplies from the merchant, in theory. What actually happened was a journey through 8 miles of wet punishment and a horse that now hates you. You check on it this morning. It's standing in ankle-deep mud tail, drooping ears, pinned flat, in an expression that says, I remember everything you've done, and I will not forgive you. You offer a carrot. It sneezes on you. Horses and rain. Not friends. You see, a horse is not some noble beast from a tapestry. In the 1200s, it's a working animal. Your tractor, your cart engine, your medieval Uber. And they don't do well in constant moisture. The mud softens their hooves, which are naturally prone to cracking and infection when soaked. You've already noticed one of the front hooves looking a bit squishy. That's not a medical term. It's just the sound it makes. You flag down the farrier, a man who's always vaguely smoky and smells like hooves. He squats near the horse, pokes at the foot, and grunts. Thrush, he mutters. Great. It's not just for babies anymore. Thrush in horses is a bacterial hoof infection that thrives in wet, dirty conditions. It smells bad. It eats into the soft tissues of the hoof, and if left untreated, it can make your horse completely lame. You ask what to do about it. He shrugs. Dry ground. You look around. Mud. Everywhere. He shrugs again and walks off. Medieval veterinary advice is wonderfully concise. And it's not just the hooves. The saddle's damp, the bridle's moldy, and the poor beast's coat has taken on a weird sheen, like it's trying to become a mushroom. You try brushing it out, but your brush has grown something green. The chickens aren't faring much better. They refuse to leave their coop, which, by the way, is more of a moist closet now. Their feathers are dull. Their eggs are soft-shelled or missing entirely. You find one hen just staring into the distance, possibly processing trauma. Rain doesn't just soak animals. It messes with their health, their instincts, and their productivity. Your pigs have stopped wallowing, which says a lot, and one of your cows has developed a cough. A cow with a cough. You didn't know they could do that. You checked the troughs. They're full too full. Rainwater has diluted the feed and turned it into slop soup. The animals drink it anyway. You grimace. And here's where it gets worse. Your livestock aren't just struggling, they're potential disease carriers now. In the 13th century, animals and humans live very close together, sometimes even in the same room. Their illnesses are your illnesses. They don't sneeze politely into their elbows. They track filth through the walkways. And in this kind of constant damp, the bacterial party is in full swing. You remember that outbreak 2 villages over the one the traveling friar mentioned. Started with a few sick goats, ended with 6 families down and 1 man burying all his kin. Was it anthrax? Was it something simpler, like a rot that spread through shared water? No one knows. Historians still debate whether these early animal-to-human transmissions were recognized as dangerous or just chalked up to God's mood swings. What we know now as zoonotic diseases likely ran rampant, especially when mud tracked through homes and the family cow doubled as a foot warmer. Your neighbor's been coughing, that rattling, wet kind of cough that ends in silence too long for comfort. He was fine yesterday. Now he's not. And the mud makes it impossible to isolate the sick. The roads are too bogged to travel fast. The infirm can't be moved. So you care for them where they are in the same damp rooms, where the children sleep, where the food is stored, where the air itself feels like it's growing spores. You try to clean the hut, sweep out the worst of the muck, lay new rushes, sprinkle sage and lavender near the windows to cut the smell. But it's like spraying perfume on a drowned sheep. You wrap a cloth around your nose and keep going. Then one night, you hear a horse screaming. You run outside. It's the Reeves mount, the one you borrowed. It's gone down in the mud legs, flailing one hoof, stuck deep in a waterlogged rut. It's trying to get up, but can't. The sound is awful, raw, panicked. You grab a rope and shout for help. 3 villagers come running. You all pull heave-shout. The horse groans and finally stumbles upright, soaked, shaking eyes wide with fear. But its front leg doesn't look right, bent at an angle you don't want to think about. The Reeve arrives minutes later, swearing so creatively it momentarily distracts from the horror. You try to explain. The mud, the rain, the infection, the bad footing. He doesn't blame you. He just sighs and reaches for his knife. The horse doesn't scream again. You stand there afterward, hands shaking, clothes dripping, rain still coming down in cold sheets. The Reeve walks off without a word, and you realize in that awful wet silence that it's not just about a sick horse or bad roads or moldy tunics. The rain is killing everything. It just takes its time. You stay up late that night, lying on your damp mat, blinking at the ceiling as the fire huffs quietly in its little stone hollow, trying its best. The smoke hangs low, too heavy to escape through the roof hole, trapped like everything else in this soggy life. You try not to think about the horse, but the sound still echoes in your ears. You drift off, but not for long, because the bell tower wakes you. It starts with a boom, No, a crack, followed by a thunderclap so loud it rattles your teeth. You bolt upright, disoriented, as another roll of thunder shakes the village like the sky's trying to tear itself in half. Then the unmistakable clang of a church bell. 1, 2, 3 times it rings, and then it stops. You throw on your cloak and dash outside, squinting up through the rain at the looming shape of the church. There's smoke, faint but real, a curl of black against the bruised clouds. Someone shouts. A dog barks. You join the trickle of villagers running toward the source, feet slapping in the muck. And when you get there, it's exactly what you feared. The bell tower has been struck by lightning. And not just struck nailed. The very tip of the spire is blackened and cracked, a chunk of it missing. The weather vane, an iron rooster, is now dangling from its post, twisted like a corkscrew. The bell inside has gone silent, probably shaken right off its mounting. A young monk stands at the base, eyes wide, mouth open. He's got soot across one side of his face, and the faint smell of burnt wool wafts off him. You ask if he's all right. He nods slowly, then mutters something about divine judgment. Because in this century, when lightning hits a holy place, it isn't just weather. It's a sign. And lightning doesn't just love bell towers. It targets them. Here's the thing. Churches in the 1200s are often the tallest buildings around. Stone walls, tall timber roofs, and most importantly, bell towers. These aren't just practical structures. They're spiritual beacons, meant to call the faithful, meant to show the heavens how devout you are. Problem is, the heavens sometimes respond with a very direct kind of feedback. Historians still argue whether medieval folks understood the scientific connection between tall structures and lightning strikes. But the results? Those were clear. Tall tower, pointy spire, big metal bell. Add a thunderstorm, and you've built a lightning rod without meaning to. You've heard stories. A chapel in Flanders that went up in flames after the steeple was hit took the rectory with it. A monastery where 3 monks were struck down in mid-prayer, according to a traveler who may or may not have been drunk when he told you. The real kicker is what's in those bell towers, the bells. Big ones, often made of bronze or iron, beautifully cast, carefully suspended, and complete magnets for electricity. The strike doesn't just damage the tower, it can blow the bell apart, or worse, travel down the bell rope and into the hands of the poor monk doing the ringing. You glance at the monk again. He's still dazed, holding a rope in one hand. It's slightly blackened. His fingertips are trembling. There's a saying in the village, "Don't ring in the rain." You all know it. But you also know the priest insists. When storms hit, the bell rings to ward off evil. Thunder is fear, but the bell is supposed to be louder. It's supposed to chase the storm away. Tonight, the storm chased back. The other villagers stand around murmuring. Some cross themselves. A few mutter about signs. Bad omens. One woman swears she saw the Virgin Mary in the lightning. Another says it's the widow's fault again that she whispered to the wind last week. You tune them out. You're looking up at the damaged rain dripping into your eyes. Part of the spire is gone. Stone chipped timber split, but the church itself mostly intact. For now. The rain's not letting up. You walk back through the village, past houses that sag like drunks past puddles too deep to bother dodging anymore. Your legs are tired. Your head is heavy. But the idea keeps gnawing at you, the bell tower. The strike. That young monk with the soot on his face. It wasn't just a scare. It was a message. Even sacred spaces aren't safe from the storm. You get home and hang up your cloak. It drips steadily into a bucket that was already full yesterday. You empty it into the yard, watching the water splash over a clump of mushrooms growing near your doorstep. They weren't there last week. You try to warm yourself by the fire. Your back aches. Your tunic smells faintly of smoke and wet earth. You close your eyes and think about the bell, the way it rang 3 times, and then silence. That sudden, horrible quiet. Lightning doesn't care where it lands. Not anymore. You lie down again, curled under your half-dry blanket. You think you hear thunder far off this time. Or maybe it's just the wind rattling the wooden shutter. You can't tell anymore. You fall asleep to the sound of rain. You're awakened, not by thunder this time, but by a smell. It's not the usual bouquet of wet rushes, moldy wool, and fermented goat. No, this one's sharper ozone and ash and something burned. You sit up fast, heart pounding, and then remember the bell tower. But the church didn't burn down. This smell is new. You pull on your cloak and step outside. Rain, of course, still falling. The sky is the same miserable gray smear, but this time there's a tension in the air. People are gathered near the church. Again, not panicked, just wary. Then you hear it a crack in the distance. Another flash of light, followed by a low, rolling growl of thunder. Everyone freezes. The bell tower stands blackened and quiet. No one's going up there now. The monk who nearly got barbecued isn't even looking in that direction. You step into the church with a few others. Inside, the air as thick smoke lingers like a ghost. You glance up. The ceiling is darkened, some of the timber scorched. The statue of St. Jude is missing a nose knocked from its niche by the tremor of the strike. The priest steps forward, robes damp eyes sunken. It is a test, he says. The bell must still be rung. You and the other villagers exchange glances. Nobody volunteers, because everyone knows what comes next. You think about the lightning again, how it favors tall, proud structures. And what's taller and more proudly vertical than a bell tower? There's even a saying you remember from a traveling merchant. He who rings in the storm shall answer to the sky. But here's the hidden detail. Most don't talk about the bells themselves. Help attract lightning. Made of bronze or iron, they're conductors. Suspended high in the air, often with wooden supports, they become prime targets. Some even have small iron crosses at the top, perfect for drawing in stray bolts, like moths to a flame. And when the bell rope is pulled, that's a direct, if unintentional, wire from the clouds right into the hands of the bell ringer. There are actual stories from across Europe of monks being thrown across rooms, blasted off ladders, or found smoking beside the rope. One chronicler from Bohemia wrote about a friar who turned black as coal after sounding the bell during a midsummer storm. Another tale claims a whole bell cracked in two from the force of the strike. Historians still argue whether these accounts are exaggerated. But even if half true, they reveal a very real, very medieval fear that lightning had preferences, and bell towers were at the top of the list. You leave the church quietly. You're not interested in ringing anything right now. You'd rather take your chances in your damp little hut than volunteer as lightning bait. But the fear lingers, because it's not just the towers that are getting struck. It's trees too. The old oak at the edge of the pasture split down the middle last night, blackened and hollow like a rotten tooth. One of the children had been playing near it that morning. Now he won't go outside at all. Lightning used to be rare, seasonal, dramatic something to fear in midsummer. But lately, it's showing up too often, crashing down alongside this endless rain, like the sky is waging war against the ground. And every time it strikes, something breaks. Someone asks the priest if it's a punishment. For what, no one's quite sure. Maybe the famine. Maybe the wet bread. Maybe the widow with the strange cat. You try to avoid looking at her. Now she's already been blamed for last year's hailstorm and the cow that gave sour milk. The mood in the village is shifting. It's not just gloom anymore. It's suspicion. Everyone's cold. Everyone's wet. Everyone smells vaguely like compost. But now there's a sharpness beneath the misery, like a knife under a blanket. People snap at each other more. Accidents become insults. Children are scolded for laughter. You keep your head down. Focus on your chores. But you can feel it too, like a tension in the air that has nothing to do with weather. You think about how this would all sound in a poem. Lightning rain, smoke suspicion. But you're no bard. You're just tired. So tired. That night, another storm rolls in. You lie awake watching the fire flicker and hiss. You count the seconds between lightning and thunder, just like you used to when you were small. 1, 2, boom. Still close. Then another flash. Then a sound you'll never forget. A sharp, high-pitched shriek, followed by a crash of stone. You sit bolt upright. Outside, someone's yelling. You run to the door, heart pounding. The bell tower. It's collapsed. Or part of it anyway. One of the corner supports gave out, likely from rain-softened stone. The top section is now a pile of rubble beside the nave. The bell gone. You don't see it. Maybe it rolled. Maybe it shattered. Maybe it sank into the mud. People gather again. Silent. No one cries. No one prays. You hear someone whisper, "No more ringing." It's not sad. It's relief. Because now the tower can't be struck again. And maybe, just maybe, that means the sky will leave you alone. You don't remember the last time you didn't smell terrible. Not oops, forgot deodorant. Terrible, more like a pile of wet livestock rolled around in a medieval laundry basket terrible. And the worst part, so does everyone else. The whole village has entered a collective era of stink. You pull your tunic over your head this morning and wince. It's still damp, of course, and now carries a bouquet of wet wool, faint mildew, and that special underlying tang of human suffering. You try sniffing the neckline discreetly. Big mistake. Your nose actually rebels. And you know what you've bathed this week. Sort of. You poured a bucket of cold water over yourself, in the yard, rubbed with soapwort, and called it good enough. But it didn't work. Because in this world, this very wet world clean doesn't stay clean. Not for long. You don't have soap like people will in a few hundred years. No sweet-smelling bars with lavender swirls. What you've got is lye soap made with animal fat and ashes, and if it touches your eyes, you'll cry. Not from emotion, from chemical burns. And even when you do scrub up, your clothes betray you. Wool never really dries. It just changes state. From soggy to crusty to sweaty, then right back to soggy. It's a full-time ecosystem at this point. You've grown fond of the moth living in your cloak hem. You call him Bernard. The smell is layered. First there's you. Then there's your family. Then there's everyone else. The village air is thick with the scent of rot, wet livestock, unwashed bodies, and the subtle spice of decay. You try to ignore it. Everyone does. But when you pass someone in the lane and catch a whiff of something truly alarming, like damp sheep on a diet of cabbage, you flinch. They flinch back. You nod politely, pretending neither of you noticed. The only person who doesn't seem to mind is the alewife. She stands by the tavern, with arms crossed, smelling like stale hops, and wood smoke, daring anyone to say something. She smells the least awful. Because ale is life. And brewing requires boiling, which means her place is the warmest, driest, cleanest smelling building around. And now everyone wants to stand near her. But most of the time, you're on your own. Stuck in layers of linen and wool that trap body odor like a medieval curse. There's no perfume, no deodorant, just herbs. You chew mint to freshen your breath, but it's fighting a losing battle against a diet of onions, spoiled grain, and despair. You remember once hearing about nobles in the south of France who rubbed themselves with citrus oils and bathed in rosewater. You try not to hate them. You fail. Up here, if you want to smell nice, your best option is to rub lavender under your arms and pray. And lavender doesn't grow well in the rain. Too much moisture. It droops. Just like you. Historians still debate whether medieval people noticed their own stench or just became immune. Some argue that the idea of personal hygiene was different more about social ritual than scientific understanding. Others point to bathhouses and records of scented oils and suggest people tried. But in the countryside, during a wet year like this, let's just say your standards shift. By now, you consider yourself clean if your clothes are only moderately damp and you haven't accidentally stepped in anything squishy for 24 hours. The children in the village. They're mud sculptures with legs. They splash in puddles, roll in the fields, and come home looking like they were cast in chocolate. You try to wipe them down with a cloth, but the cloth is also filthy. Everything is. You've stopped trying to figure out where the dirt ends and the skin begins. Even the priest smells now. You notice it during Mass. He bends over the altar, and a gust of wind brings a whiff that's distinctly barn-like. You glance at the others. No one says a word. Some close their eyes and try to meditate. Others discreetly cover their noses. But he keeps preaching. About sin, about patience, about humility. And you think we've already got humility down, thanks. You try to clean your clothes. You do. You soak them in the stream, which is running a little high, scrub them with sand or ashes rinse, and lay them out to dry. They never dry. You find yourself bringing garments into the house to hang near the fire. But space is limited, and the fire is pitiful. The result? A collection of half-dry tunics and hose steaming gently around the room like the world's saddest sauna. Your partner glares at the shirt you hung over her sleeping mat. It dripped on her forehead during the night. You apologize. She tells you to burn it. You almost do. You start to fantasize just a little about throwing everything you own into a bonfire and running off into the woods in a single dry linen robe like some kind of clean forest ghost. But then it hits you. Even the woods are wet. One day, the tanner comes through the village with a load of hides. The smell is so bad, someone vomits. You see birds fall out of the sky. You try not to judge. He's doing his job. But when your nose physically curls inward, you realize we've passed the threshold of stink. This is now something else. Something spiritual. You consider lighting incense. Then you remember you don't own any. And anyway, the smell of wet frankincense mixing with wet wool might create a portal to the underworld. You finally collapse onto your mat again at the end of the day. You're too tired to be embarrassed, too tired to care that your shirt smells like cheese and sorrow. You just curl up, tug the blanket over your shoulder, and accept that this is who you are now, a damp, smelly, fungus-friendly version of your former self. And the rain still falling. You're not a soldier. You never trained with swords, never learned how to joust, and wouldn't know the difference between a long sword and a particularly sharp spoon. But even you know that going into battle in the rain sounds like a terrible idea. Which is why, when word reaches the village that a skirmish has broken out between your lord's men and some local baron up the road, your first thought isn't about honor or loyalty or land rights. It's, I hope they packed dry socks. Because wet warfare. That's the real horror story. You remember seeing the soldiers marching past the village last month, cloaks flapping banners, high armor gleaming under the occasional patch of sunlight. Now, not so glamorous. The road they marched on is a bog. The footpaths are rivers, and the fields where they're supposed to fight sludge. You catch a glimpse of a few returning fighters days later, mud-caked, shivering, and utterly defeated. Not from losing the battle, from participating in it. Turns out, fighting in chainmail in the rain is like trying to swim in a rusty laundry basket. Chainmail gets heavy when it's wet. A full hauberk can weigh up to 30 pounds dry, but soak it with rain, and it clings to your body like an iron leech. Every movement becomes a struggle. Every step a squelch. You're not a warrior anymore. You're a walking puddle. You hear one man muttering in the tavern I fell over. Couldn't get back up. Lay there like a dying fish till someone pulled me out. He takes a swig of ale and coughs. Probably drank some of the battlefield too. Even the archers, who usually avoid close combat, struggled. Wet bowstrings, useless. The rain slackens the tension. Arrows drop short or veer wildly. You picture a line of longbowmen releasing shots that go 20 feet and flop into mud like sad little sticks. Historians still debate how much rain influenced the outcomes of medieval battles. There are records of entire campaigns postponed or ruined by bad weather. Armor rusted, horses slipped, siege engines sank. The rain didn't pick sides, it just punished everyone equally. And speaking of horses, don't even get started. Mounted knights. Great in tournaments. In battlefields turned marshes. Less so. A war horse is massive, powerful, and expensive. But when its hooves sink into a muddy field, all that glory turns into four-legged flailing. You've heard tales of knights who drowned in 3 feet of muck, too weighed down by their armor to crawl out. One old man swears he saw a knight fall sideways into a bog and just disappear. You wonder if he was exaggerating. Probably not. And rust is the uncredited killer of medieval warfare. Swords lose their edge. Daggers get sticky. Helmets become crusted with orange flakes that dig into your skin. You can't clean steel properly in the field, especially not in the rain. So what starts as a heroic charge ends with trench foot and tetanus. Your own cousin, pressed into service during a futile spat last year, came back limping. Not from an arrow wound. From a boot that stayed wet for 3 weeks. His toes never recovered. You've learned a new phrase this year, war foot. It's what happens when skin stays wet cold and compressed for too long. Blisters, infections, peeling layers of skin that you didn't even know could peel. There's no treatment. Just sit by the fire and hope your feet forgive you. And then there's the aftermath. You hear about the battlefield days later. Not from a herald. From a crow. Dozens of them circling over the trees near the old Roman road. You follow at a distance because you're curious and slightly stupid. The field is quiet, but the mud is lumpy. Shields, spears, torn banners, limbs. The rain has flattened the dead into the earth, erasing the lines between man and muck. You don't stay long. The smell alone could make a priest reconsider his faith. But what haunts you more than the silence or the crows is what you hear on the way back. A young squire limping toward the village sword, dragging behind him like an anchor. He sees your expression and says, "Didn't fight the enemy. Fought the ground." You nod. You don't ask more. Because in a world where even walking is dangerous when it rains, the idea of organizing a military engagement is pure lunacy. And yet, your Lord will probably try again next season. Rain or no rain. You get back to your hut and hang your damp cloak. The fire flickers. You glance at your old pitchfork by the door, the closest thing you own to a weapon. You think of that night in the mud. The archer with the limp. The sword too rusty to lift. Then you sit down. And you thank the sky for once that you were born a peasant. You know something's wrong the moment you hear the shouting. Not the usual pigs gotten into the bread, again shouting. This is angry, sharp cracking through the damp air, like firewood that won't catch. You pull your hood up, step out into the drizzle, which is basically the default setting now, and head toward the commotion in the village square. And there she is, the widow, wrapped in her threadbare cloak, standing dead still while half the village edges in on her like they've decided she's this week's problem. She's got that same quiet look on her face she always has, the one that says, "I've seen worse, and you believe it." The shouting comes mostly from a few men near the front, their voices shrill with cold and fear. She whispered something when the wind picked up. My bread moved on its own. Ever since her cat vanished, it hasn't stopped raining. You stare. It's happening. The rain's been falling for weeks. People are sick. Food is spoiled. The fields are muck. The bell tower collapsed. And now they're looking for a scapegoat with gray hair and a limp. Because when the world doesn't make sense, it's easier to blame someone than to accept that you're just at the mercy of a very wet sky. One of the villagers throws a clod of mud. It hits her shoulder with a soft thwack. She doesn't flinch, but your stomach twists. She used to give out herbal remedies. She helped deliver babies. You remember her saving your cousin's foot with a poultice that smelled like garlic and sadness. And now she's a threat because she's different, because the rain won't stop. Historians still argue whether most medieval witch trials came from genuine belief or just fear and superstition. But out here, in a soaked village where people are coughing and starving and roofs are caving in, it doesn't really matter. Fear becomes law. You step back. You don't want to be part of this, but you don't leave either. One of the younger boys shouts, "She cursed the sun." Someone else yells, "The storm listens to her." You look around. No one has proof. No one needs it. It's muddy, and they're angry, and she's quiet. That's enough. They drag her to the edge of town not to hurt her. Not yet. Just to warn her. Or so they say. She'll have to leave, find another village. Maybe the weather will follow her. You know it won't. You think of the sky, how it hasn't broken in weeks. How the clouds hang low and heavy, pregnant with water and indifference. You want to scream at them that this isn't how it works. That there are no curses, no spells, just bad weather and worse luck. But you don't. You help repair the fence the next day. Same drizzle, same soft ground, same aching knees. And something's changed in the air, not the weather, but the people. Now there's a hush in conversations, fewer jokes, more glances. The mood has gone from soggy to suspicious. And that's the real poison rain brings, not just rot and disease, but paranoia. you start to hear more stories. A girl in the next village over accused her aunt of cursing the wheat. A man blamed his neighbor's strange dog for the dead chickens. Someone else claimed a local girl smiled too much during a thunderstorm. The widow's cottage stands empty now. The cat's still missing. You try not to think about it. Instead, you focus on your hands, chapped from cold water stained with wet soil. You chop wood that steams when it hits the fire. You check the granary, where a few moldy sacks are trying to ferment themselves into something inedible. You watch your neighbors watch them watching each other. There's no law here, not really. Just tradition, a priest who's a little nervous around the Psalms these days, and a system of justice based on who can shout the loudest without sneezing. Rain erodes more than buildings. It erodes trust. One morning, you find a bundle of herbs left outside your door, tied neatly with twine, labeled with a symbol you don't recognize. You don't touch it. You don't tell anyone. You bury it in the compost and wash your hands twice, even though the water is freezing. Because you don't want to be the next unusual one. You keep your head down. Speak softly. Don't ask too many questions. You pretend not to notice the child who keeps collecting strange feathers. You look away when someone mentions the girl with the mole shaped like a crescent moon. You think you hear someone whisper, "Next rain she'll float." You try to laugh. You don't. Because it's not funny anymore. Nothing is. And still, it rains. The rain's steady again this morning. Calm, persistent, like it's settled in permanently. It's not dramatic anymore. No wild storms or thunder. Just the slow, cold rhythm of a world determined to wash itself clean of everything you care about. And today, it's coming for the bridge. You hear it before you see it. A low, groaning creak, like an old man's knees, just before they give out. You step outside, drawn toward the sound, like everyone else following the muddy path along the riverbank until you reach the crossing. It's a simple structure. Was anyway. Just a wooden bridge wide enough for a cart, high enough to clear the river during normal seasons. 2 stone footings. Planks. Ropes. You crossed it a dozen times last year alone. It was never elegant, but it worked. Now it's shaking like it's afraid. The river below has swelled to twice its usual size. You can barely see the bank on the far side. What was once a gentle stream now surges like a beast, muddy foaming, dragging tree limbs and chunks of brush like war trophies. Every so often, something bumps the bridge supports. The entire structure shudders in reply. A few of the older villagers stand silently, arms folded, watching it with grim faces. No one says it, but everyone's thinking the same thing. This is the last day that bridge will stand. You edge a little closer, careful on the wet stones. One of the supports is already gone. Ripped out during the night, probably by a floating log. You can see where the plank deck sags, dipping into the water at one corner, like it's being invited to take a swim. And when it goes, when it really goes, you all know what happens next. No more traders. No more messengers. No more visits to the next village. The world shrinks. The bridges weren't just wooden walkways. They were lifelines. In a land where travel is hard slow and already miserable bridges are sacred, they connect you to everything beyond the mud and misery you call home. And now, this one's about to snap. You turn to the reeve. We could shore it up, you say. Ropes, stones, logs. He doesn't answer right away, just stares at the structure like it's already gone. Then finally, it's the 4th one this year. You blink. 4th North Road Bridge went in spring. East Path washed out in June. The Merchant Pass collapsed last week. This is the last. And now, even this one is creaking. Historians still argue about the quality of medieval bridge construction. Some claim ingenuity and skill were involved, especially in larger towns. Others note that rural bridges were often afterthoughts, built quickly with local timber, and doomed by every strong flood. Either way, you're watching yours die. And when it finally goes, because of course it does, it goes with a snap, like a bone, and a splash that drowns everyone's hope at once. The planks split, one side rising like it's trying to fly before crashing into the churning water below. Ropes go taut, then snap one by one. The entire midsection drops into the river like a slow-motion betrayal. Someone gasps. Someone swears. Someone else just mutters, "There it goes. There it went." The water claims it's smashing the wreckage against the far bank. One plank floats past your feet. Another gets stuck on a rock. The river doesn't care. It just keeps going. And now, you're stuck. The nearest village is 2 hours on foot by the bridge. Without it, it's a 2-day detour through flooded woods, across unstable fords, past places people have stopped naming because they're not sure they even exist anymore. You've heard horror stories about travelers trying to cross these waters. People carried off, carts overturned, horses breaking legs in the mud. One boy, last season, tried to leap a narrow spot. He didn't make it. And of course, you need to get across soon. Everyone does. There's a wedding next week, a grain trade due, a priest scheduled to bless the sheep. Now none of that's happening. One old man stares across the water and mutters, "Maybe the rain's trying to keep us here." You chuckle half-heartedly, but it sticks with you. Because this rain isn't just wet, it's strategic. It's cutting off paths, ending plans, shrinking your entire world down to what you can walk through in a day. And only if you're willing to get wet, sick, or stuck. You head back to the village, feet squelching. Behind you, the river gurgles happily. Back home, someone's already talking about trying to build a raft. Someone else says to just wait it out. Let the water settle. Let the season end. But you know it won't. Not yet. You sit by the fire, wrap yourself in your damp blanket, and try to sketch the bridge in your memory, just to prove it existed. And maybe one day, when someone asks you why the world got smaller, why food ran short, why the fair was canceled, why no one ever came from the east anymore, you'll tell them the bridge washed away, and the rain never stopped. You're starting to think your bones are wet. Not your skin, your bones. Like the damp has crept in so far, soaked through so thoroughly, that it's now just a part of you. You stand by the fire every night, trying to dry your feet, but there's a soft, lingering ache in your joints that no warmth seems to fix. And then comes the real joy. You're sick. Nothing dramatic. Not yet. But the signs are there. The sore throat. The nose that won't stop running. The headache that pulses just behind your eyes, like a tiny drummer with bad timing. You lie down beside the fire, cocooned in your musty blanket, and realize that your options for healing are exactly as cheerful as the weather. Because medieval medicine, it's wet too. You call for the village healer. Not the priest. He's still muttering about divine trials and pointing toward the sky every time someone coughs. No, you want the one with the bundles of dried herbs and the truly horrifying collection of tools in her satchel. She arrives, not long after brushing water from her cloak, her expression somewhere between serious and deeply unimpressed. She pokes your forehead, pinches your cheeks, checks your tongue. Then she nods and says something that should terrify anyone. We'll need a poultice. She opens her satchel. Inside are roots, dried flowers, a few jars with questionable liquids, and one very large slug that may or may not be a pet. She mixes something in a cracked wooden bowl, mashes leaves into a green paste that smells like old tea and compost, and spreads it across your chest. It's cold. You don't ask what's in it. You're told to rest, to drink warm water with honey if you can find any, to avoid getting more wet, which is like telling a fish to avoid swimming. And here's the part that really doesn't help. Your house is damp. The air is damp. The walls are damp. So your recovery zone, also damp. You cough, it echoes. Later that day, the healer returns with leeches. Yes, leeches. She explains very calmly that drawing out the bad humors is essential. You lie back and try to think of literally anything else as she presses a squirming fat little bloodsucker to your forearm. It latches on with enthusiasm. You've never felt so medieval in your life. Historians still debate how effective leeching really was. Some say it helped relieve swelling or reduced fevers by lowering blood pressure. Others argue it was mostly symbolic part of a larger framework of balancing the four humors: blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. All you know is that there's now a worm attached to your body and your feet are still cold. And the herbs? They're soggy. The healer grumbles that her stockpile is ruined, mildewed in storage. She's trying to dry more over the hearth, but the constant humidity is turning them to mush. Everything smells faintly of wet sage and despair. You try to rest, but rest is tricky when the ceiling is leaking again. The rushes under your mat are growing things, and the cough from the hut next door is getting worse. That's another fun part of being sick in a wet medieval village. Everyone else is too. Contagion isn't just a threat, it's a fact. You and your neighbors share food, water, walls, and air. No one's isolating. There's no understanding of germs. You just know that when one person starts coughing, everyone else follows like dominoes made of soup. You hear from someone that 3 houses up the road, a baby's taken ill. Fever, no appetite. The mother tried everything milk, herbs, prayer. Nothing's working. She blames the weather. You would too. One man in the village has started drinking nothing but ale, claiming that the rain can't infect beer. He might be right. He's also now the loudest man alive and has fallen into a puddle twice this week. You pull your blanket tighter. Your fever's rising. You dream of warmth. Dry sheets, a fire that doesn't spit smoke in your face, a pillow that doesn't crunch slightly when you shift. Instead, you get reality, a sneeze that nearly knocks you over, and a small puddle forming under your water cup because the table is warping from moisture. By morning, your cough is worse. The healer returns with something that smells strongly of garlic and possibly fermented rat. She rubs it on your neck while singing under her breath. You don't ask what it means. You're told to stay warm and dry. Sure, why not just tell the clouds to take a nap while you're at it? And of course, someone suggests a blessing. The priest arrives that afternoon, robes clinging to his legs, hands cold. He touches your forehead and mutters something in Latin. You don't know what it is, but you hope it includes a request for stronger rafters. You lie in bed for 2 more days, wrapped in damp wool, sipping broth that tastes mostly like boiled hope. Eventually your fever breaks, slowly, painfully, and as you sit up dizzy and sore, the fire hiccups back to life, and the healer nods. You'll live, she says. It doesn't sound like a celebration. You thank her with your last coin and a half-moldy turnip. She smiles like it's gold and vanishes into the mist. You're alive. You're still sick, and the rain is still falling. You shuffle outside, still weak, still coughing, but finally able to stand without seeing spots. The sky, generous as always, greets you with a gentle drizzle. It's the kind of rain you can't even hear until it's already soaked through your tunic like nature's way of whispering. You thought we were done. You glance toward the pasture, curious if the sheep are still alive. They are. Kind of. They're not grazing. They're just standing. Damp wool clumped together like wet hay bales on legs, their expression somewhere between dazed and offended. One of them has mud up to its belly. Another is sitting in a puddle like it gave up trying to stand days ago. You approach slowly, not wanting to spook them, but honestly, they don't look spookable. They look resigned. You kneel next to the fence and reach for the smallest one, a little ewe with half a tail and big blinking eyes. She doesn't move. You run your hand along her back. Her fleece is soaked to the skin. And worse, it stinks. You're not shocked. Wet sheep smell like a cross between boiled socks and a faint promise of cheese. But there's something more now, rot. Not fleece rot, which would be bad enough. This is hoof rot. You check her front feet. One is red, swollen, cracked. She pulls it back with a bleat. Yup, there it is. Foot rot. Welcome to the fun part of medieval farming, where even your animals are decomposing in real time. You look around and notice it's not just her. Two other sheep are limping. One is missing a patch of wool, probably from rubbing against something trying to scratch what must be the fungal equivalent of eternal discomfort. You remember what the healer said last week when she passed by the pasture mud brings madness. You thought she meant metaphorically. She did not. The mud isn't just gross, it's dangerous. For livestock, prolonged standing in wet soil causes infections, soft hooves, and skin lesions. It's not just uncomfortable, it's lethal. Historians note that foot rot and similar diseases were among the most dreaded livestock problems in wet years, not just because they hurt the animals, but because they threatened the entire village's food supply. You turn to check on the pigs. They've moved to higher ground, clever beasts. They've made a little camp near the edge of the woods, under a lean-to made from some old cart planks. You'd almost be impressed if you weren't annoyed they're doing better than you are. One snorts when it sees you. The other just digs in the soft earth, with its snout probably looking for anything that hasn't drowned. Your cow. She's coughing now, and she's stopped chewing her cud. That's bad. Cows, as you've learned, are supposed to look perpetually bored. This one looks alert. Too alert. Staring at the fence like it's planning something. You ease back and make a mental note. Don't stand behind her until further notice. And then you realize the chickens are gone. You jog to the coop, or what's left of the coop. The door's off its hinges. The floor is under an inch of standing water. There are feathers scattered everywhere. You find one hen huddled on a broken crate, damp and vibrating. No sign of the others. Foxes, rats, or maybe they just left. Flapped off into the mist in a desperate bid for better real estate. You hope they make it to a drier village. You trudge back toward the house, trying not to think about how many weeks of food just vanished. Every animal lost isn't just a creature, it's a meal. It's a trade. It's winter survival, literally walking or oinking away into the fog. And here's the kicker, you can't even fix it. Not really. The pastures are flooded. The sheds are soaked. You try moving the sheep to the village green, but it's just another mud trap waiting to swallow them whole. One of the other herders suggests tying planks to the sheep's feet. Like little sleds, he says, completely serious. You want to laugh, but you're too tired. Someone else brings up building a raised shelter with straw. Another says to just let the strong survive. The suggestions get crueler the longer it rains. That night, you try to warm your feet near the fire again. You pull your boots off, and the smell nearly knocks you unconscious. You can't even tell if it's your feet or the memory of the sheep. Your partner hands you a small bowl of stew. It's thinner now. Less meat, more roots. You eat it gratefully anyway. You lie down, wrapped in every piece of cloth you own, and try to ignore the bleeding outside. Because it's constant now. A kind of soft, pathetic song. You dream about a sheep tapping on your door. It's wearing your boots. It asks if you'd like to trade places. You wake up unsure if that was real. And still, yes, still it rains. You hear the music before you see the disaster. It's faint flute drum, and maybe someone bravely attempting to sing. The sound floats over the thatched rooftops like a ghost from a better season. You pause, confused. Because music usually means something's happening, something good. Then you remember today was supposed to be the midsummer fair. You'd forgotten, or maybe you'd blocked it out. It's hard to keep track of days when every one of them feels like you're living inside a soggy boot. But somehow, someone decided the fair was still on. So you walk to the village green, wrapped in what might be your least wet cloak, and prepare for what might pass if you squint hard enough for a celebration. You arrive to find a puddle. Not just one puddle. The entire green is a shallow lake, dotted with wagons and hastily pitched tents, all of them leaning at odd angles, like they're trying to escape. A sheep is standing on what used to be the maypole platform. It looks offended. So do you. A fiddler is standing under a tarp bow, slipping on his strings as rain runs down his back. A few children splash through the muck, laughing despite the cold. One falls face first and emerges with a mouthful of grass and victory. You glance at the food tent. Or what was the food tent? The canvas roof has caved in, weighed down by rainwater, and is now sagging like an overcooked pie. Beneath it, the table groans under the weight of wet pastries and something that might have once been a pie, now just a sad crust, bobbing in brown gravy. You walk past the beer barrel station, just two large casks perched on blocks. The spouts are leaking, but not from use. Rainwater has seeped in through the tops, diluting the ale into something that tastes like weak tea and shoe leather. You sip it anyway. It's cold and wet, and technically beer. There's a game stall someone tried to organize tug of war, but the rope snapped after 5 seconds, and 3 grown men went face first into the bog. They're still there, half laughing, half reconsidering their life choices. One man brought a lute. He's playing under the awning of the blacksmith's stall, singing something about love and flowers. It's lovely, until the awning collapses and hits him on the head. You sigh. The midsummer fair was supposed to be a reprieve, a splash of color in the endless brown. Games, food, dancing, something to remind everyone that life still had a rhythm, that joy still existed, that the year turned even if the rain didn't stop. But this is like watching someone try to juggle while being kicked in the shins. Even the maypole looks depressed. Someone tried to decorate it, bless them. There are ribbons hanging from the top, damp, limp, tangled like seaweed. No one's dancing. The green is too slick, the shoes too soaked, the dresses too muddy. And the pies. You were hoping, just hoping, for the meat pies. the real ones. Flaky, hot spiced, a rare treat. You spot them on a side table under a half-ruined cloth. You reach out, pick one up, and it drips. Pies should not drip. You take a bite anyway. It's not awful. It's mostly bread. The filling's gone thin, stretched to make it last. But it's warm, and that alone makes you close your eyes in momentary bliss. Then the wind shifts, and the tent collapses. Splat. The pie hits the ground, joining half a dozen other forgotten festival dreams now mashed into the mud. You stare down at it in quiet mourning. Someone tries to start a circle dance. They link arms, step forward, slip and fall together like a pile of soggy laundry. They laugh. Everyone laughs. Even you. It's a defeated kind of joy. The kind that says, sure, we're soaked. Sure, nothing's gone right. But at least we're miserable together. Historians often emphasize the importance of communal festivals in medieval life. They weren't just fun, they were crucial. Fairs, feast days, and seasonal celebrations gave rhythm to the year, something to look forward to, between plowing, planting, harvesting, and surviving. But in years like this, rainy years, those rhythms broke. And when they did, the cracks showed. You walk past the musicians, the drummers tapping on drums softened by damp hide. One of them stops to wring out his cloak. The sound it makes is discouraging. You see the Lord's steward walking among the stalls, trying to keep morale up. His boots are covered in muck. His hair is plastered to his face. His smile is carved from pure denial. The fair ends early, not with a closing song or a final cheer. Just people quietly packing up wet bread and sad ribbons, dragging carts through slush, trying not to let their faces show what they're all thinking. We tried. It didn't work. Again, you return home and peel off your cloak. Your boots squish when you leave them by the fire. You sit huddled in a blanket, still chewing the crust of what might have been a pie. And it hits you. This might be the last fair this year. No one's going to reschedule. The harvest festival will probably be canceled too, assuming there is a harvest. There's no point in planning for joy when your village can't even keep its roof standing. The rain stole your feast, your songs, your dances. You sip the last of the watered-down ale, lean your head against the wall, and whisper a line from a prayer you barely remember. Give us sun, or give us strength. And outside, the rain answers with one slow, steady drip from the ceiling. By now, you've stopped asking when the rain will end. You've stopped checking the sky like it owes you an answer. Stopped hoping the clouds will finally crack open to reveal something other than cold gray infinity. You just wake up, put your feet in wet shoes, and carry on. But someone somewhere has decided to keep a record. The village scribe, Brother Aldrich, has started writing again. You didn't even realize he was still in the old monastery cell tucked behind the chapel. But there he is, scratching away at parchment, with hands like tree bark, wrapped in robes that haven't been dry since Lent. You see him once in the square, huddled under a hood, a basket of fire-dried reeds on his back. You ask what he's writing. He answers without looking up. The rainfall, the days, the sicknesses, what's left? He says it like he's logging cargo on a sinking ship. You find out later that scribes across the region are doing the same. Monks in nearby abbeys, stewards in hilltop manors, priests in towns you've never seen. All of them keeping tallies of ruined harvests, collapsed bridges, empty fields, and funerals. Historians centuries later will pore over these records with squinting eyes and big questions. They'll debate whether it was just weather or something larger, a climate shift, perhaps the early tolling bells of the Little Ice Age. But you You don't need a name for it. You're living it. You visit Brother Aldrich one day. You bring him turnips, because that's all you've got left that isn't actively trying to mold itself into soup. He accepts them without thanks, because he's in the middle of copying out an entry from another village, a report sent downriver before the last ferry capsized. It reads like a warning: fields drowned, 1 in 4 ill, no lambs this spring, the road's gone, bell tower struck, rain without pause. Pray. Aldrich tells you he's heard of whole abbeys losing their stores to mildew, of grain silos turned to sludge, of towns built near rivers now sunk beneath them. He says one monastery had to stack corpses in a barn until the ground dried enough to bury them. It didn't dry. He dips his quill and keeps writing. The parchment curls at the edges from the humidity. The ink smudges. You offer to hold the page still. It feels oddly sacred, this act of trying to capture suffering with neat handwriting and patience. Like maybe someday someone will read it and know what it felt like. But even now, even as the records grow longer and darker, there are people who don't believe things are that bad. The Lord Steward tells you it's temporary. A long season, he says, nothing more. Rain is no enemy, he claims, which is exactly the kind of thing someone dry would say. Meanwhile, 2 more houses in the village have collapsed. Not dramatically, just quietly sagging into themselves until the roof gives out and the walls follow. No one died, but no one fixed them either. The families moved in with neighbors. Now 7 people sleep in a space built for 3. You help rebuild a wall. The mud bricks crumble in your hands. The straw is too wet to bind properly. You try anyway. Everyone does. Because what else is there? The days are starting to blur. There are no dry moments, just different levels of damp. You mark time by how many buckets you've emptied from your roof basin. 4 means morning. 6 means afternoon. By 8, the floor's wet again. You sit with Aldrich one evening listening to him read the records aloud. Not for you, just to keep his own sanity. Some entries are only a few words. Rain again. Cow drowned. Lost the soap. Made new soap. Doesn't work. Child born in thunder. You laugh at the last one. He does too. It's not funny exactly, but it feels necessary. Then he shows you something stranger. A map. Not of roads or rivers, but of rainfall. Lines drawn with trembling care, showing how far the wet has spread, which villages have vanished, which towns are begging for bread. You trace your finger along the edge. The rain has touched everything, from the coast to the inland hills, from abbeys to farms to cities, all of it wet. You imagine it as a creeping stain on a cloth slowly darkening the world, one soggy thread at a time. Aldrich tells you a traveler came through weeks ago with stories of flooding in Flanders, of famine in the Rhineland, of monks in Yorkshire praying for sun while their manuscripts rot in the library. One scriptorium had to burn 3 books just to keep warm for a night. You ask which books. He shrugs. Hope it wasn't the funny ones. And then the bell rings. Not the old tower bell, still broken, still silent, but a handbell. A small, desperate clang from the far end of the village. A cry for help. Someone's collapsed. You run toward it with others. It's the brewer. His cart overturned in the mud, the last of the ale barrels split open like a cruel joke. He's alive, barely coughing up river water and shame. You help pull him up. His legs twisted. He curses the mud, the rain, the sky, the gods. You nod because there's nothing else to do. That night you sit by the fire again, listening to the steady tap of water from the eaves. You think of Aldrich's records, his patient ink-stained fingers turning disaster into poetry. You wonder what he'll write tonight. You wonder if your name will ever appear on one of those pages. And then you wonder if it already has. You wake to silence. Not because the rain has stopped, of course not, but because no one is speaking. No clatter of pots, no coughing neighbors, no chickens screaming at their own reflections in puddles. Just the gentle sound of water dripping from the eaves and the occasional groan of your roof shifting under the weight of too much weather. You sit up slowly, bones, still aching chest, tight the same damp chill wrapped around your ribs like a second skin. You pull on your hose and boots, both of which greet your feet with a familiar wet squish, and you open the door. Outside, the village is still. You walk to the center square, squinting through the drizzle, and see the reason for the hush. The priest is back. And he's praying out loud. That would be fine, even comforting, if he weren't doing it while standing knee-deep in water at the steps of the church. His robes cling to him like seaweed. His hands are raised. His voice trembles. You join the small group gathered near the edge of the flooded square. No one interrupts him. He finishes his chant, lowers his hands, and says, "Only. It's here." You don't ask what it is, because you already know. It's the year you've heard whispered about by travelers, mentioned in the corners of taverns when people thought no one was listening. The year with no name, just dread. The year when everything you thought could only get worse does. It's 1315, and it will rain for almost 2 years. You are now inside the beginning of the Great Famine. The crops are gone, not just reduced, gone. Entire harvests have failed across Europe. Villages like yours already on the brink are tipping over. And the rain isn't just wet now, it's symbolic. It's the constant, inescapable reminder that something is broken in the balance of things. You walk past the grain store, empty, past the butcher's stall, quiet, past the garden behind your hut. Just puddles now. Your last few beats drowned in the night. You find Brother Aldrich again. He doesn't look up from his writing. His latest entry is short. 1315 midsummer, still raining. No seed, no trade, no bread. You ask him how long he thinks it'll last. He says nothing, because even the scribes have stopped pretending they know. The next days blur. No work because there's no point. No planting, no harvesting. The fields are mud. The roads are rivers. The animals, what's left of them, huddle beneath whatever shelter they can find. The sheep have stopped bleating. The pigs don't root. The cows stare with dull, hollow eyes. And the people, they begin to break. A neighbor offers to trade his boots for a sack of barley flour. Only he has no boots, and you have no barley. A child steals a raw turnip from a windowsill and is beaten for it. Another child vanishes, and everyone pretends they didn't see the mother's eyes when she asked where. Whispers start, not about witches. Now those stories have burned out. Now the whispers are darker. About travelers who no longer ask for bread just where the nearest graveyard is. About stew pots that no one dares look into too closely. About meals eaten behind closed doors with too many spoons and not enough food. Historians debate whether actual cannibalism occurred during the Great Famine. Some say yes. Some say people only talked about it. Others argue the truth is somewhere in between, a few desperate acts wrapped in guilt and buried in silence. But in your village, no one's asking. Because no one wants to hear the answer. You survive. Somehow. You ration the roots. You collect moss. You boil leather scraps into a bitter soup that tastes like belt and sadness. You chew slowly, like pretending you're full might trick your stomach into believing it. You lose weight. You lose sleep. You lose track of time. And still it rains. When the clouds part very briefly, it's like a hallucination. The sun pokes through just a little warm on your hands. Someone sings a line of an old song. A child laughs. Then the drizzle returns, casual and cruel. Eventually, the rivers flood again. The road to the next village is gone, and no one tries to rebuild the bridge this time. They just shake their heads. What's the point? The priest gives shorter sermons. The healer has no more herbs. Brother Aldrich's handwriting gets smaller and smaller until the words seem like whispers. Wet fields, wet feet, wet death. You find yourself staring out the door one night, watching the water rise. It reaches your step, then the door frame. Then it trickles inside as if it's been invited. And in that moment, you realize the rain has ruined your life. Not with one flood, not with one storm, but with quiet, patient erosion. It took your food, your home, your neighbors, your hope. It's the enemy you can't swing a sword at. You can only endure. And somehow you do. Because eventually, someday, it will stop. You just don't know when. But for now, you sit by the fire, what's left of it, and pull your blanket close around your shoulders. It's quiet in the hut. The smoke drifts upward, and even the rain, still tapping on the roof, seems softer now. Just a rhythm, a background hum. You listen to it, and your breathing slows. You feel the warmth from the embers on your skin, even if it's faint. Even if it's not enough to chase the chill away completely, it's something. You feel the weight of the day lifting like wet wool, finally being peeled from your shoulders. Outside, the world is still damp, still broken, still waiting. But here for now, you're dry. Maybe just for a moment. Maybe only in your mind. But that's all you need. A single breath of stillness in the middle of the storm. You lie back, close your eyes, and let the soft sound of the rain wash over you, not like a punishment anymore, but like a lullaby. Gentle, steady, almost kind. Maybe tomorrow the sky will clear. Maybe not. But tonight, you're warm enough to sleep. And in a time like this, that's victory. Sleep now. You've earned it.